Chapter 573. Yushu returned home with a heavy heart. She didn't even eat dinner and locked herself in her room. She couldn't be wrong. The person she saw in Ascending Cloud Temple was definitely Qingjing. That withered old face was too easy to recognize, unless there was another person who looked exactly like him in this world. She thought she would never see her master again in this life, but he suddenly appeared in front of her. Yushu felt indescribably strange. If the person she met in the Taoist temple was Qingjing, why didn't he show up to meet her, but instead hid in Ascending Cloud Temple? Qingjing once told her that he swore never to step into the capital again. Was it because of this oath that he could only wander around outside the city? Yushu's heart was full of doubts and excitement. It was Qingjing who had encouraged her to leave Yang and come to the capital. He had also given her the task of finding the book of mystic fairy Lu Ren, so the old man Qingjing must know the secret of the great and disaster in this book. She inexplicably became the key person who broke people's lives and fell into layers of puzzles, unable to extricate herself. If she could see Qingjing and ask him face to face, wouldn't that be a way out? Qingjing wanted her to destroy the Book of Fairy Maiden Lu Ren, which showed that he didn't like what was recorded in it. So, the goal of the master and disciple was the same. With such a strong ally, how could Yushu not be excited? Her top priority was to find Qingjing as soon as possible and get in touch with him. Yushu immediately decided to go to Ascending Cloud Temple tomorrow to find Qingjing's whereabouts. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 things don't go your way in life. Against the crowd of July incense, Yushu ran to Ascending Cloud Temple for 3 days, but she didn't see Qingjing again. She asked the Taoists in the temple, but no one had seen an old man with similar appearance. It was as if the first time she saw him in the crowd was just her illusion. This allowed Yushu to confirm one thing: that day, Qingjing was indeed intentionally avoiding her. Yushu settled for the next best thing. She inquired about the abbot of the Ascending Cloud Monastery. She learned that Daoist Qingyun had gone out to travel half a month ago and hadn't returned yet. Then, when will Taoist priest return? The abbey dean does as he pleases. I don't know where he's going, and I don't know when he'll return. If female benefactor has any difficulties, there's no harm in following me to see Martial Uncle Qingming. Perhaps he can dispel your doubts. No need. I'll wait for Taoist priest Qingyun to come back. Thank you, young master. Yushu once again left the Ascending Cloud Temple empty-handed. In the afternoon, when she saw Shui Rue at Wangji Tower, Yushu told him about this strange incident. Shui Rue was a little surprised. Are you sure? Is he really your master? Although Shui Rue had never seen Qingjing before, he had taught such an excellent female apprentice as Yushu. But in his heart, that Taoist priest was already half an immortal. Yushu gestured with 2 fingers over her eyes and said, I have good eyesight. I can recognize anyone but him. You haven't seen my master. He looks very unique. In short, he's the kind of person that people can never forget. She was embarrassed to describe Qingjing's appearance directly, for she felt that it would hinder his prestige. To put it bluntly, that face was like an old tree spirit. Shui Rui wondered, is it possible that he didn't see you? Yushu sneered. If he didn't see me, why did he run away? I think he deliberately avoided seeing me. Shui Rui looked at her for a while and suddenly asked, have you ever thought that your master might have known that you were the one who broke his life? Yushu frowned slightly. Shui Rui continued, that's why he asked you to go to the capital to destroy such a little-known thing as the Book of Mystic Fairy. It's because he knew that if you went to the capital, the identity of the person who broke his life would be exposed sooner or later. In this way, you would have a chance to get in touch with this book. Yushu had a strange look on her face. She recalled, when I was still in Yang City, when Jing Chen said goodbye to me, he told me the secret of his life evil Ji Du Xing. At that time, my master had not parted with me. I I asked him about the way to break it, and he warned me not to contact Jing Qin. Shui Rui narrowed his eyes and said firmly, "That's right." He not only knew that you were the person who broke his life, but also knew that the way to break his life was to make the great calamity and the person who broke his life forever and have children. That's why he asked you to stay away from Jing Qin. He was afraid that you would fall in love with him after a long time. When your identity was revealed later, you would not refuse him and follow the instructions in the book. Why would you help him destroy the Book of Mystic Fairy? Yu Shu had to admit that what Shui Rui said made sense. If that was the case, it would explain why Qing Jing did not choose Ji Xingxuan, who had a good aptitude, but chose a stupid wild girl as his disciple. Why did he repeatedly warn her not to contact Jing Qin when he heard about it? Yu Shu lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with self-mockery. So the old man Qing Jing was using her from the beginning. I know. No wonder he didn't look for me when he came to the capital. He clearly saw me, but he hid from me. If he didn't hide from her, did he have to confront her face to face? Yu Shu was very unhappy. She had always been grateful to Qing Jing. It could be said that even if she was not a person who broke his life, since she had received his kindness, she would definitely do what she said and help him destroy the book. But he was purely using her, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Don't be sad. A big hand fell on her head and gently rubbed it. I'm just guessing. Maybe your master didn't know that you were the person who broke his life. It was a coincidence that he accepted you as his disciple. As for the Book of Mystic Fairy that he asked you to go to the capital to find, you can just treat it as the wish of an elder. If he didn't give it to his trusted disciple, who would do it? He also knew that it was dangerous, so he taught you the skills to protect yourself. Didn't he follow you to the capital because he was worried? Hearing Shui Rui's comforting words, Yu Shu felt a little better. She looked up at him and said, "No matter what, I don't blame him. I learned his skills, and he wanted me to help him do things. If we exchange like this, no one will feel sorry for the other." She said this as it should be. How could Shui Rui not hear that she did hurt her feelings? Seeing that she pretended to be fine, he only felt pity in his heart, but he did not regret revealing the mystery behind it. If Yu Shu's master really used her to destroy the book and did not care about her life and death, it was better to let her find out early, so that she would not be unprepared. If he wants to hide from me now, it's useless for me to look for him. Yu Shu calmed down and thought about it. Fortunately, I'm going to be an official in the Celestial Commissioner soon. At that time, I'll secretly find out what happened to Yunhua in the past and wait for the opportunity to find the whereabouts of the Book of Mystic Fairy. I must see it with my own eyes. What is recorded in the book about the great calamity and the person who broke his life that made Yunhua Ez want to destroy it at the cost of his life? Only by knowing what the book was, could she think of a way to escape the fate of the person who broke his life. That's good too, Shui Rui responded. His hand smoothed through her hair and held her hand. His eyebrows shifted and he smiled lightly. The Double Seventh Festival is approaching. Prince Jing has invited us to accompany him on a night tour. You haven't seen the scenery at night, right? At that time, I'll take you to see the custom of Anling. Yu Shu nodded. As expected, her attention was diverted by him. Her heart became curious. Right, have you investigated that Kong Zhuangyuan? Shui Rui said hesitantly, I investigated the matters that happened to him 3 years ago because I wanted to find out where he interacted with the 10th princess, and I noticed that there was a period of time when he worked in the palace, copying the emperor's imperial edict. At that time, had the 10th princess already moved the imperial ancestral temple back to the palace? Yu Shu thought that Kong Qi most likely hooked up with the 10th princess at this time. She asked, then have you tried to find him personally? Shui Rui shook his head. He recently received an errand and has been staying at Wenhua Hole. It's not convenient for me to meet him. Yu Shu's eyes turned. It's your birthday in a few days. You wrote an invitation to him, he can't not come. Shui Rui smiled at her, you are thinking the same thing as me. After dinner, Shui Rui sent Yu Shu to Taisher Shu Library. Astrology scholar Sima Kue wanted to give Yu Shu special attention. From the first day to the 15th, she would watch the observatory and have her take notes. Yu Shu went there for a few nights and benefited a lot. Shui Rui was worried that she would stay at Taisher Shu Library at night. After all, in less than a year, 2 female students had mysteriously died. Therefore, he would wait for her outside Taisher Shu Library every night and then send her home. Yu Shu didn't think it was necessary. She could use the 6 lines to predict her safety every day. However, seeing that he insisted on his own opinion, she just let him be. How could she not feel good about his care and love? In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day of July. Yu Shu didn't go out with Shui Rui. Instead, she went to Xia Zhang's guest house to pick up Xia Jiangmin. This was something that Lu Tan asked her to do. Xia Jianghelang had seen Lu Tan, the future son-in-law of the prince, a few days ago and agreed to let his daughter go out today. When he saw Yu Shu coming to pick up Xia Jiangmin, he politely asked her to wait in the living room and asked the servants to go to the embroidery house in the backyard to call Xia Jiangmin out. Xia Jianghelang sat with Yu Shu and talked with her kindly. After a few words, he mentioned the matter of Yu Shu becoming an official. I live in the capital city for a long time and am ignorant. Yesterday, I heard that Yu Swansea was appointed as the Celestial Commissioner. I didn't have time to congratulate you. I will send someone to give you a gift tomorrow. Mr. Xia Jiang, you are too polite. Yu Shu smiled, but she thought in her heart she was not as high profile as Zhan Chuyuan. She wanted the whole world to know that she was a 7th-level official. When Jing Chen came to her house to read the appointment certificate, she didn't even say much to Axan Liu. It seemed that the Celestial Commissioner had no intention of announcing her appointment. Therefore, after 7 or 8 days, Taisher Shu Library was still calm on the surface. She went to school as usual and was happy that no one was watching her. Only the 2 academicians who taught her, Fang Xijing and Sima Kue, asked her about it. Xia Jianghelang could hear about it. It showed that he was not as ignorant as he claimed to be. Not long after, Xia Jiangmin leisurely came out, dressed in her hair and wearing a hairpin. A girl of such a young age would always change her appearance every day. Yu Shu hadn't seen her for half a month, and her fair and tender little face had unexpectedly become a layer more lively. Her fair skin was tinged with a rosy glow, and she looked as if she could squeeze water out of it. Yu Shu really didn't know what Xia Jiangmin used to pamper her. Ah Shu. When Xia Jiangmin saw Yu Shu, she was very happy. Regardless of the fact that her father was still sitting there, she stepped forward and held her. It was obvious that they were intimate. Chapter 574. The second watch has arrived, begging for Little Pink. Yu Shu and Xia Jiangmin sat on the carriage and headed to the shore of the Lion Lake to meet up with Shui Rui and Lu Tan. On the way, Yu Shu pinched Xia Jiangmin's small hand and teased, "You are about to see your future husband. Tell me, what kind of person do you think he is?" Xia Jiangmin was so nervous that her lips were dry. How could she have the mood to think so much? She glared at her and said, "I hope that Prince Jing is not as fond of fooling people as you are." Yu Shu smiled, "You are also narrow-minded. Even now, you still hate me for pretending to be a man to trick you. But you can be at ease. I guarantee that Prince Jing is not a woman in disguise." Xia Jiangmin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pinched her and this time she relaxed. Yu Shu was chatting and laughing with Xia Jiangmin. But, she was faintly worried about her in her heart. Lu Tan didn't seem like a man who could understand amorous feelings. Moreover, he was quite ambitious. So, she didn't know whether a woman like Xia Jiangmin would suit his taste or not. At dusk, there was still heat on the Lion Lake. The light from the lake swept past and there were many tourists. Most of them were young ladies and there were also groups of scholars. Shui Rui and Lu Tan had arrived a step earlier. They stood under a willow tree by the Lion Lake and waited. Because the two of them were handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, they attracted the attention of passers-by. But because of the tall guards on both sides of them, no one dared to come close. The two of them were chatting in private, but it had nothing to do with their relationship. Yesterday, 7th Imperial Brother was invited to the judicial office for interrogation in the middle of the night and only returned to the Wang Fu in the morning. Has Biao Xiong heard of any developments in the case? I have not been on duty these past 2 days and did not ask about the matter. If Wang Yi wants to know anything, I will go and inquire tomorrow. Lu Tan's face revealed a trace of disappointment. He shook his head and said, "There is no need to deliberately ask about it. When the case comes to light, it will naturally be made known to the public." Shui Rui looked at him and turned his head to look into the distance. He saw a familiar carriage coming from afar and smiled. He pointed to it for Lu Tan to see. "It's here." Lu Tan then shifted his attention. Following his finger, he looked into the distance. The youth's determined heart, at this moment, had a trace of strangeness. That extravagant two-wheeled carriage quickly arrived. When the driver stopped, the maid sitting at the side opened the door. She lifted the curtain and stood at the door to help the people. Yu Shu was the first one to jump out of the car. Lu Tan only swept a glance at her. Then, he was attracted by the graceful silhouette of a person who stooped down and stretched out her body. Then, a little light burst out from his eyes. She was at the age of green jade, with the posture of a lush mulberry, and a delicate face like a lotus. When she raised her eyes, there was a tinge of tenderness and timidity. Her shimmering beauty made Lian Su, who was watching from the shore, feel ashamed. "My name is Xia Jiangshi. Greetings, 9th young lord." Xia Jiangmin bowed gracefully and her voice was like jade beads falling on a plate. Lu Tan's eyes flashed, and then he took half a step forward unhurriedly and raised his hand to support her. "Miss, you may rise." Xia Jiangmin straightened her body and slowly raised her eyes to look at the young man in front of her who was about the same age as her. He had a handsome face, and when she saw him staring at her, she couldn't help but purse her lips into a smile and lower her head. Seeing this scene, Yu Shu's heart calmed down. She turned her head and gave Shui Rui a look. Shui Rui smiled at her. He could also see that Lu Tan was very satisfied with the appearance of this future princess. The wind on the lake was cool and refreshing, and the sun was setting. The four of them walked together in pairs, but at this moment, they didn't know how fate would play tricks on them in the near future. At that time, Qixi was the day when the cowherd and the weaving maid met, and it was also the day when women begged for cleverness. Whoever had a girl of marriageable age would make colorful needles and thread in advance to worship the moon goddess on this day. The four of them didn't stay at the Lion Lake for long. After meeting each other, they sat in 2 horse carriages and went sightseeing on the Chunlan River not far from here according to Lu Tan's plan. When they reached the riverside, night fell. There were people in 2s and 3s on the riverside. It wasn't crowded, but this long stretch of riverside didn't seem empty. There were already rich families by the riverside who set up lanterns and occupied a good spot. They enjoyed the cool breeze of the river, ate fruits, drank wine, admired the stars, and talked about legendary love stories. There were also girls who would dress up beautifully on this day and show their faces outside, so that people would know that some family had a daughter who had just grown up, was virtuous, and loved beauty. It had become the custom of Enling to honor the Chunlan River on the Qixi festival. There was a story behind this. At this time, the scholarly great scholar Shui came in handy. When Emperor Anwu first took over the capital, there was a year when the northern border was invaded by barbarians. He personally led the army, but there was no news of him. Empress Ningjin stayed in the capital, worried and hopeful. She would often pray on this Chunlan river that leads to the north. There was a banyan tree by the riverside, and every time Empress Ningjin went there, she would hang a handmade talisman under the tree. One day in July, the banyan tree actually bore fruit, and then, news of Emperor Anwu's triumphant return came from the capital. Therefore, people say that the banyan tree has a spirit and respectfully calls it the goddess tree. Every year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, there would be men and women with worries on their minds who would go to this 300-year-old banyan tree and tie a sachet containing their worries to the tree deity to bless them. After 3 days, it is said that their wishes would be fulfilled. Xia Jiangmin and Yu Shu were not locals, and this was the first time they heard of this story. The former's eyes shone with excitement, while the latter looked around and pointed to a place far away where the shadows of people were moving, and the place was unusually bright. Are you talking about that tree? It was rare to see a banyan tree growing in the north, let alone on the riverside. Such a lush forest, from afar, could not be mistaken. Lu Tan said, "That's the tree." Looking at the towering crown of the tree, Xia Jiangmin had an idea, and asked delicately, "Ninth young master, have you also made a wish on the tree of goddess?" Lu Tan turned to look at her, and smiled, "Not really. This is the first time I came to this river on the Qixi festival." After a pause, he asked, "Why don't we go take a look later?" Xia Jiangmin's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Her slightly curious look was somewhat childish, but it did not lose its beauty. Shui Rui said, "There's no hurry. Ninth brother has prepared a banquet, let's eat first before heading there." "That's settled then. Let's eat first, and fill our stomachs so that we can go for a night trip." Yu Shu clapped her hands and laughed. The four of them then climbed up to a restaurant on the riverside under the illumination of the lanterns. After the banquet, the four of them walked on the river with only 2 guards. They were dressed lightly and walked along the river. Not far from the green fog of the banyan tree, there was a small stall selling incense pouches, flowery ropes, and colorful threads. The craftsmanship was considered good. Seeing that there were many people buying, Xia Jiangmin also pulled Yu Shu to choose a few colorful ropes. As for the pouches that were used as fortune pouches, she was not interested in them. There were scholars who specialized in lending ink and paper around the banyan tree, decorating it with lanterns and streamers. The starlight shone down, illuminating the old banyan tree that was lush and green during the day, making it glow, as if the tree itself was glowing. This Nyang tree was thick enough for 5 people to encircle it. The layers of branches were bent, and the lower branches were already densely packed with colorful pouches. The higher the branches, the fewer the fortune pouches. Standing at the foot of the banyan tree and looking up, it was as if there were countless fruits, a very spectacular sight. Lu Tan accompanied Xia Jiangmin to write the fortune pouches. Yu Shu quietly pulled on Shui Rui's sleeve. The 2 of them stopped at the back, giving them some time to be alone. "Eldest brother, look, isn't it clearly a good match for Prince Jing?" Yu Shu tilted her head to ask. Shui Rui raised his head to look at the boundless blue banyan tree, his tone unhurried. "If they can be compatible, that would be the best." Saying that, he lowered his head to look at her, his eyes dark, just like you and me. Yu Shu silently raised her finger, using the cover of his wide sleeves to hook his palm. In the next moment, she was forcefully held by him. Yu Shu was shocked. There were so many people here and she was afraid of being noticed. She turned her head to glare at him and wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it so tightly that she couldn't break free. When he saw her panic, Shui Rui laughed in a low voice, and he was just about to say something when he suddenly noticed a figure in the corner of his eyes, and he hurriedly turned around to look at the other side of the banyan tree. "What is it?" Yu Shu sensed that his mind was wandering and asked. Shui Rui released her and raised his hand to point in front. "That's Kong Qi." Chapter 575. That's Kong Chi. Yu Shu looked at the other side of the old banyan tree. Among the people under the tree, there was a thin young man. His appearance was average, but his face was fair. His every movement revealed a refined air. The young man held a long bamboo pole in his hand. At the end of the pole, there was a light yellow fortune pouch tied with a green string. He raised his chin and carefully hung the fortune pouch high on the branch. He looked very focused and did not notice Shui Rui and Gu Shijiu, who were standing not far away from them. Is that him? Yu Shu's eyes did not leave that person. She tilted her head to confirm with Shui Rui that this person was the man they suspected of having an affair with the 10th princess. Yes. Shui Rui moved his feet and was about to step forward. Yu Shu noticed his intention and quickly pulled him back. She took a few steps back and stood behind the people. Big brother, don't be anxious. She squinted at Kong Chi's action and whispered to Shui Rui, when he leaves, let's take off his fortune pouch and take a look. Maybe we can find something. On Chinese Valentine's Day, a person came to the goddess tree to pray for blessings. There was no joy on his face. It was obvious that there was something wrong with him. Shui Rui hesitated for a moment and nodded. Kong Chi was completely unaware that his every move was seen by others. After hanging up the fortune pouch, he stood under the goddess tree for a while before he turned around and left expressionlessly. As soon as Yu Shu saw him leave, she quickly moved forward and went around to the other side of the tree. She grabbed the longest bamboo pole before a passerby could do so. There were many people praying under the tree. If she brazenly went to take someone else's fortune pouch, the tree guardian would definitely stop her. Shui Rui was still looking up at that smear of pale yellow between the trees. Yu Shu took off the red incense pouch from her waist and stuck it on the top of the bamboo pole. She tiptoed and pretended to poke the branches. When no one was paying attention, she hooked and pulled the light yellow fortune pouch. She hid it with the red incense pouch and held it in her hand. Then she stuffed it into her sleeve and gave the bamboo pole to the person next to her. The rope is broken. You go first. Yu Shu and Shui Rui went far away from the goddess tree. They came to a place with fewer people. She took out Kong Chi's fortune pouch and gave it to Shui Rui. It doesn't seem to contain paper, needles and thread. Shui Rui took it but did not open it. He stared at the yellow incense pouch in his hand. He did not open it. Yu Shu poked him. Brother. Shui Rui raised his head and looked at her. If it was you, you already have a man you like, but you are engaged to another man. Will you frame another man for the man you like? Although he knew that it was his wishful thinking, he still resisted the truth that was about to be revealed. Could it be that the woman who made him lose everything back then was really not worth it at all? Yu Shu was stunned when she heard his question. She thought that he still thought that the 10th princess was innocent. She raised her eyebrows and sneered. I am not the 10th princess. How would I know what she is thinking? You don't dare to look at it. Then let me do it. If the 10th princess was innocent, it proved that her divination was wrong. Should he believe her or a dead person? After that, she snatched the fortune pouch from his hand. She untied the rope and reached into the pouch. She found two things and looked at them in the light. One was an apricot yellow ribbon. It was made of soft silk. It was obviously a woman's item. The other was a ruby jade pendant with 2 petals. The cracks were uneven. It looked like it was broken. Yu Shu turned the 2 items over and over again. She found another clue. The apricot yellow ribbon was embroidered with a small, Yao character with gold silk. She looked up at Shui Rui, who had a complicated expression on his face. She asked, what is the 10th princess's name? Lu Yao. Yu Shu sneered. She stuffed the ribbon and the 2 petals of jade into his hand. Look at it yourself. Shui Rui's finger moved, and he saw a small character on the light yellow ribbon, causing his gaze to dim as he clenched his fingers tightly, and he went silent for a moment before he said, "This is a ribbon from the palace, and only the women of the palace can wear it, and it rarely leaves their bodies." Yushu coldly said, "That's right. The 10th princess did have an affair with a man. That man is Kong Qi. You have seen the witness and the material evidence. What else is there to doubt? Do you need to confront that Kong Zhuangyuan in person? That way, you will be convinced." She thought that he had already given up. She didn't expect that he would not shed a tear until he saw the coffin. When Shui Rui heard this, he knew that she had misunderstood, and he held on to those things with one hand while holding onto her shoulder with the other, and he said in a low voice, "Don't think too much about it. I naturally believe you, and I just feel slightly uncomfortable in my heart when I see concrete evidence." 3 years ago, he wanted to marry Lu Yao. He inquired about her preferences and secretly prepared to protect this woman. But when he was thinking about it, he didn't know that she already had someone else in her heart. Moreover, she had been in contact with him in private. Thinking about it, he was really stupid. Yushu frowned and pointed at the things in his hand. What are you going to do? Was he going to pretend that he didn't know anything and investigate in secret? Or was he going to confront Kong Qi openly? Shui Rui looked at her. What do you think I should do? Yushu sneered again. If I were you, I would beat him up first. Regardless of whether Kong Qi and the 10th princess were really in love with each other or they were just using each other, the 2 of them had caused Shui Rui to be the scapegoat for the past 3 years. There was also Shui Jinchuan, who was still in a daze. If the woman died, they couldn't go to the underworld to settle the score with her. But if the man was alive, they must teach him a lesson. Shui Rui looked at her, turned around, and strode forward. Yushu was stunned and quickly chased after him. What are you doing? Shui Rui didn't stop walking. He turned his head and smiled at her. I'll listen to you. I'll beat him up first. Seeing that he was serious, Yushu opened her mouth, but she didn't know whether to persuade him to calm down or to cheer him on. The 2 walked quickly along the river bank to the west, in the direction where Kong Qi left. Not long after, they saw the thin figure in front of them. There were few pedestrians around. Yushu was about to ask Shui Rui to pull the man to a place where there was no one and then beat him up. However, Shui Rui had already strode forward and grabbed the man's shoulder with one hand. Yushu opened her mouth and was stunned. No way, he was going to beat him up now. Kong Qi was suddenly pulled by the shoulder. He turned his head abruptly and met Shui Rui's deep gaze. Shui. Brother Shui. A few years ago, Kong Qi, who was still the top scholar, was upright and kind. He couldn't bear to see Lu Hao, who had not yet been conferred the title of king, trying to win over the top scholars, so he wrote a poem to satirize him. With Lu Hao's narrow-mindedness, he naturally wouldn't let him have an easy time. Therefore, the dignified top scholar was falsely accused of misconduct and couldn't become an official for a while. At that time, Shui Rui was young and admired Kong Qi's talent, so he acted as a peacemaker and asked Lu Hao to let him go. Because of this, the 2 became friends. Although they weren't good friends, they became confidants. Therefore, even though Shui Rui had listed Kong Qi as a suspect since a long time ago, he never thought that the man who raped the 10th princess would be him. Shui Rui smiled coldly, let go of his shoulder, and handed the thing in his hand to him. Lord Kong, you dropped something. The apricot yellow palace ribbon was wrapped with 2 pieces of broken jade, naked in front of him. Chapter 576. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Yushu saw Shui Rui taking out the two items and Kong Chi's expression changed, she thought that he would deny it. However, he was only shocked for a moment before calming down. He glanced at Yushu, who was standing behind Shui Rui. Realization dawned on him, but he did not panic. He took the ribbon and the jade from Shui Rui's hands. "It's mine." Shui Rui narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It's good that you admit it. Let me ask you, where did you get this woman's accessory?" Kong Chi lowered his eyebrows and said to Shui Rui, "It's not convenient here. Come with me." After that, she led Shui Rui to the embankment. Yushu went back on her heels, but kept a small distance between them. Far away from the crowd, the surroundings were empty. Kong Chi stopped and looked at the ripples on the river. She said to the people behind her, "Ever since I heard that the fortune teller can determine life and death, I have been waiting for the day you find me." Shui Rui's face darkened. No wonder he was not panicked when he was exposed. It turned out that he had a premonition that he would investigate the real cause of the 10th princess's death. "If I don't find you, are you going to pretend that nothing happened?" Kong Chi turned around and looked at him. Instead of answering, she asked, "What do you know?" "I know that after I asked His Majesty to appoint a marriage, there was a man who secretly seduced the 10th princess and had a private relationship with her. He forced her to choose the day of my aunt's birthday to jump off a building and frame my sister to escape from the marriage. I did not expect that the villain was you, Kong Chi." Shui Rui thought it was ridiculous. He did not owe Kong Chi a favor, but he did lend a helping hand when Kong Chi was down and out. In the end, he knew a person's face but not his heart. Hearing Shui Rui's mockery, Kong Chi smiled bitterly and shook her head. The fortune teller truly lives up to her name. He thought that Yushu's art of death alone could deduce all these, but he did not know that Shui Rui's judgment was also involved. "So you admit it?" Shui Rui stared at Kong Chi, feeling that his reaction was too calm, so calm that it was strange. "It's the truth," said Kong Chi lightly. "There's no need to deny it. It was my intention to seduce the 10th princess, and then I came up with a plan to make her injure herself, so that she could be married to your Shui family, so that I could get rid of the marriage arranged by His Majesty. Who would have thought that a beauty like her would have an unfortunate fate, and so she died just like that?" Shui Rui frowned. He said coldly, "I'm afraid it's not that her beauty is unlucky, but that someone wants to kill her from the beginning. The death of the 10th princess was not an accident, nor was it because she was unlucky, but because she had been schemed against." Hearing this, Kong Chi tightened her grip on the soft ribbon in her hand and remained silent. "I know, Kong Chi. If you're not someone who's greedy for power, then who ordered you to do this?" Kong Chi bowed his head. "Are you unwilling to say it, or are you afraid to say it?" Shui Rui suddenly became aggressive. "Are you threatened, or are you willing to give up? The 10th princess was willing to risk her life for you, and she didn't identify you even when she was dying. She was deeply in love with you, but you want to protect the murderer who framed her. I didn't realize that you were so heartless. You're such a coward." Kong Chi finally responded. He looked down at the bright color in his hand, and his voice was a little gloomy. "If I tell you who the mastermind is, can you promise me one thing? Say it. Let this matter be a secret, and don't expose it. You know, it's not easy for me to get to where I am today, and I don't want to ruin my future." Yushu stood not far away and listened. She sneered at the corner of her mouth, "That woman I've never met. Is it because of such a selfish man? Is that why she rejected Shui Rui?" Shui Rui looked at Kong Chi, who bowed his head and begged, and his eyes became complicated again. "Tell me the truth, exactly as it is. I can promise you to keep it a secret." Hearing Shui Rui's promise, Kong Chi seemed to be relieved and looked up at him. "Thank you." Shui Rui waved his hand. "You can say it now. The person who ordered me was Prince Ning." Shui Rui and Yushu were both surprised, but they didn't feel surprised at all. This kind of insidious and shameless behavior was really like Prince Ning's style. I remember that you used to despise Prince Ning. Why did you listen to his evil deeds? Shui Rui was puzzled. Finally telling the secret she had been suppressing in her heart, Kong Qi felt relieved. She laughed coldly and said truthfully, after I offended him in the past, you mediated. On the surface, Prince Ning let me go, but then he plotted something else. He took advantage of one of my rides and had someone die under my horse. He threatened me that if I didn't lower my head, would be charged with murder. If I listened to him, he would protect me and let me enter Wenhua Hall. So I was under his control and had to work for him. Shui Rui thought, as expected, coercion and bribery have always been Lu Hao's methods. When did you start to deliberately get close to 10th Princess? That year, the 8th month, the mid-autumn banquet. Shui Rui frowned. At that time, I hadn't asked the Holy One to appoint me to marry, but Prince Ning had already started planning. Lu Hao had foresight and foresight. In this aspect, Lu Hao was superior to others. Kong Qi said, after the gentleman hibiscus banquet, you suddenly became the disciple of Grand Scholar Lu to learn the Book of Tea. You also reined in your usual behavior and stopped going to the brothels. It wasn't hard for Prince Ning to guess your thoughts at that time. Shui Rui pressed his lips together. He and Lu Hao hadn't fallen out at that time. Who would have thought that Lu Hao, on the one hand, was intimate with him, and on the other hand, plotted against him? After you asked for the edict, I successfully entered Wenhua Hall. Relying on the spies in Prince Ning's palace, I secretly met with 10th Princess, Kong Qi said, his voice lowered. 10th Princess was naive and didn't know the evils of the human heart. She thought that I sincerely admired her and gradually fell into Prince Ning's trap. When the time was right, Prince Ning told me to instigate her and make her pretend to be pushed down Seaview Tower by your sister, thus implicating the Shui family. If 10th Princess died, you couldn't escape responsibility. Prime Minister Shui would lose the emperor's heart, Guifei would lose favor, and even more seriously, the entire family would be implicated. Shui Rui's handsome face instantly became gloomy. Towards Lu Hao, he used to listen to Shui Lingnan's instructions because they were on different sides. He was close but distant. But today, after hearing all this, he confirmed that Lu Hao was the culprit who caused him to be doomed. How could he not hate him? However, it seems that Ning Wang also miscalculated. Your Shui family's fate has not ended, and you managed to survive this calamity. After the death of the 10th princess, the Holy One did not hold you accountable. Kong Qi had a disdainful expression. He sneered because Lu Hao's scheming didn't get what he wanted. Shui Rui secretly sneered. How would Kong Qi know that the Shui family's safety that time was exchanged for royal consort Shui's loss of the dragon fetus in her womb? I have told you everything I know. Whether Brother Shui wants to seek revenge or swallow his anger, I only hope that you keep your promise and keep my secret. Shui Rui came back to his senses. He stared at Kong Qi's fair and delicate face for a moment and said, I have one last question, I hope you can tell me frankly. Kong Qi nodded. When did you first meet the 10th princess? Kong Qi was stunned. Yu Shu was confused. Didn't that person say that he began to seduce 10th princess at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet 3 years ago? Kong Qi's stunned face turned to the distance. His eyes fell on the brightest lady tree, and his dim eyes were dyed with a layer of glimmer. 4 years ago, on the night of the Double Seventh Festival. On the 7th day of the 7th month of that year, he and his classmate made an appointment to visit the river, but they got separated on the way. On the way, he picked up a beautiful silk ribbon and waited by the roadside to prevent the lost girl from looking for it anxiously. Who knew that this wait would lead to a period of infatuation? His absent-minded look. In Shui Rui's eyes, the last trace of unwillingness in his heart was peeled off in exchange for relief. Shui no longer said anything. He turned to look at Yu Shu, who was waiting not far away, and walked quickly towards her. Let's go. Ah. Yu Shu didn't know what was going on, so she was pulled away by his arm. She turned back and pointed to Kong Chi. Don't worry, the ribbon and jade are still in his hands. We have to take them back as evidence. No need. Shui turned to look at her, and his dark eyes lit up again. He said leisurely, that is a token of love given by 10th princess to her beloved. What do I need it for? Yu Shu heard this and thought that he was envious of her. She rolled her eyes and said, it's just a lousy ribbon. How can you treat it as a treasure? I will give you a real treasure later, which will be thousands of times better than his. Shui smiled, even if you give me a hair, I will treat it as a treasure. TSK, glib tongue. It's the truth. Don't you like to hear it the most? The two gradually went away, leaving Kong Chi standing alone on the embankment. He looked down at the yellow and crimson ribbons on his fingers and murmured, you knew that I lied to you, but you still listened to me and sacrificed your life for me. Is it worth it? A gust of wind blew, and the ribbon in his hand fluttered, caressing his fingers as if someone was comforting him. A line of salty tea fell silently, and Kong Chi closed his eyes. It's me who's incompetent. Right now, I can only protect your chastity after you die. If you're aware of this in the afterlife, please wait for me. After I've avenged you, I'll accompany you to cross the bridge of helplessness. Lu Tan had accompanied Xia Jiangmin to hang the fortune pouch on the goddess tree. When he turned around, he didn't see Yu Shu and Shui. When he asked the guards, he didn't know where they had gone. What should we do? Xia Jiangmin eagerly looked at Lu Tan. Brother Zhou, should we stay here and wait for them, or should we look elsewhere? Just now, Lu Tan thought it was inconvenient for her to call him ninth young master, so he asked her to change the way she addressed him. Calling him ninth brother invisibly narrowed the distance between them. Lu Tan said, don't worry. They won't get lost with my cousin here. It's rare to see so many people tonight. Let's walk around, and maybe we will meet them. Xia Jiangmin nodded and did as he said. She had had dinner with Lu Tan, and when they were alone together just now, she found that he was not annoying. On the contrary, he was calm and generous, so she gradually relaxed and got along with him. Since she had decided to replace Xia Jiangying and be a princess, she would not back down. Xia Jiangmin quietly looked at Lu Tan's side face with distinct facial features. She gently bit her lips and felt a little perturbed in her heart. Would this person like her? Last night, after they had enjoyed themselves to their heart's content, Shui, Lu Tan, and the others finally met up at one place. They boarded the same carriage and first sent the two young ladies back to their respective homes before they returned to their respective residences. That night, Yu Shu was relieved. First, she saw that Xia Jiangmin and Lu Tan got along well, and second, Shui found out the culprit, Prince Ning, and the truth of the 10th princess's death was finally revealed. However, what she couldn't understand was that Shui didn't seem to want to pursue Kong Chi's responsibility, but wanted to help them hide it according to the agreement. She could only guess that Shui put all the blame on Prince Ning alone. There was still time for new hatred and old hatred. Yu Shu slept at home until the sun was shining. As soon as she got out of bed, she heard a report from outside that the Celestial Commissioner had come. Yu Shu went to the front hall to take a look. She saw that Kunling Bureau's brush supervisor Renijia came in with two attendants, his hands carrying sandalwood trays. On one tray was a set of vermilion official robes and black muslin neatly stacked. On the other tray were green boots, fish pouches and other items. When Renijia saw Yu Shu, he first saluted with his hands folded in front, and then explained the reason. The day before yesterday, a foreign envoy came. Because he admires Arda and E School, he asked His Majesty to see it. His Majesty agreed to hold a land and water conference in the palace. All the masters of E above the 7th level in the capital must come, on the day of the Hungry Ghost Festival. Milord is of 5th level and your name is in the prison, so you should accompany the Imperial Secretary. This is the summer dress prepared by the Secretariat in advance, please try it on. I see. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to enter the palace so soon. Last time when she worshipped the ancestors in the Imperial Mausoleum, she didn't even see what the Emperor looked like. This time, she must see it clearly. Yu Shu took the official robes. Ren Rinjia was very careful, and the 2 attendants he brought were both female servants. They accompanied Yu Shu to the backyard to try on the clothes and teach her how to wear them. Yun Do stood at the side and couldn't help. She stared at her without blinking, not daring to make a mistake. The whole family knew that Yu Shu was going to be an official in the Celestial Commissioner, so they were very excited for the first few days. Zhao Hui was so happy that she couldn't sleep all night. She was afraid that she had a dream. Old Madam He got up early in the morning to burn incense, and even the servants who guarded the gate and ran errands in the courtyard raised their heads. If it weren't for Yu Shu's order to not let people talk too much, the gate would probably be blocked for a while, making her unable to return home. Yu Shu changed into the female official robes and looked at herself in the mirror. She was quite satisfied. She had seen the official robes of the Celestial Commissioner before. Most of the high-ranking officials had the style of the Wei and Jin dynasties. They wore loose clothes with big sleeves and long hats, making them look like immortals. She didn't like those messy clothes. Fortunately, the style of the female official robes was very simple. The robes were vermilion, a little dark in color. The tight waist and tight sleeves made her body look straight. From the collar to the cuffs, there was a black border that was 2 fingers wide. The beautiful iris pattern was only visible in the light. There were 2 moon-white patches on the shoulders, each of which was embroidered with a blooming iris flower. The deep blue petals were wide open, like the wings of a butterfly. They rested on the shoulders and emitted a fragrant fragrance. It was extremely beautiful. Speaking of which, it was quite interesting. Officials of the imperial court had patches that represented their official rank. They were embroidered in different positions, and the types were also different. For example, military officials were embroidered with ferocious beasts on their backs. For civil officials, they were embroidered with birds on their chests. As for officials of the imperial court, they were embroidered with celestial phenomena on their shoulders. The female officials were different. They were embroidered with flowers and plants. Because female officials were rare and there were only a few of them in the imperial court, many people didn't know about them. For example, Yu Shu was a 5th grade official, and the patch on her back was the iris flower. Yu Shu didn't understand these things, so she asked the 2 female servants who worked in the Imperial Records Department, what about a 1st grade female official? What kind of pattern is on her shoulder? The 2 were stunned. After looking at each other, one of them said carefully, Your Excellency, we have never seen a 1st grade female official before. Yu Shu smiled, and her eyes flashed. She thought, why not? In the history of the Graydon dynasty, wasn't there Empress Ningjin? She was the first Celestial Commissioner. Chapter 577. The 9th day of the 7th month was Shui Rui's birthday. The young masters and mistresses of the Shui residence were not fond of extravagant banquets. Even Shui Rui, the eldest son of the first wife, was no exception. Last year when he returned to the capital, Shui Lingnan hosted a grand banquet. This year, as usual, he only prepared 3 to 5 tables in the residence and invited his colleagues and friends. In the morning, when Shui Rui woke up, the steward of the courtyard brought along a group of servants to kowtow outside his room to congratulate him. The manservants and servant girls who were presentable personally presented birthday gifts to Shui Rui. They could not be considered as rare gifts, but they were all from their hearts. Shui Rui smiled and accepted them, then asked Bauda to return to the back of his room. Has grandfather returned from court? Shui Rui asked the steward guarding the door. Shui Lingnan was of the first rank. Other than the winter and summer holidays, he had to enter the palace to attend to affairs. This was the so-called close minister of the emperor. Young master has not returned yet. Go, send someone to keep an eye on him. When grandfather returns, pass it to me. Shui Rui stood in the corridor and looked at the rising sun. He thought to himself, there is something that needs to be clarified today. Shui Lingnan had just returned from the palace and changed out of his official robes when he heard that Shui Rui had come to pay his respects. Is today Qingbai's birthday? Shui Lingnan turned to ask Su Li. As the second steward of the Shui residence, Su Li was Shui Lingnan's right-hand man. When Shui Lingnan was middle-aged, he once led an army at the borders. Su Li was one of his generals. Later on, he violated military discipline and was spared by Shui Lingnan. Su Li could not continue his career and stayed in the Shui residence. Master did not remember wrongly. Su Li took the cup of tea from a maid and lowered his head to smell it before handing it to Shui Lingnan. I have prepared a gift. It is a book on military strategy that you mentioned last month for young master to read. I had someone send it to the East Chamber early in the morning. Shui Lingnan nodded and looked at the white hair on his temples in the mirror. He sighed softly, I am getting old. I am not as energetic as the day before. I cannot remember things. Su Li lowered his head and said, Master is busy with state affairs. In order to share His Majesty's worries, I have racked my brains. How can I keep everything to myself? Shui Lingnan did not comment. After rinsing his mouth, he sent someone to summon Shui Rui to his room. As soon as Shui Rui entered the house, he saw Shui Lingnan sitting on the couch and greeted him. Although the grandfather and grandson lived in the same mansion, they did not see each other every day. The Shui clan's second master had listened to Shui Lingnan's arrangements when he first took office in the Ministry of War and moved to the West Manor. In the eyes of outsiders, this action was obviously a display of Shui Lingnan's firm determination to pass down the Shui clan's business to Shui Rui in the future. Have a seat. Shui Lingnan pointed to a chair not far from him. Not a few days ago. The grandfather and grandson had a dispute in the study over Shui Jinchuan's marriage. After the matter was over, they acted as if nothing had happened and continued to be Yan Jiangshuan's daughter. Today, you have grown a year older. In the future, you must be more prudent. You must be well-mannered on the outside and cultivate your character on the inside. You must not bring disgrace to the Shui family. Shui Lingnan reprimanded him. Seeing that Shui Rui was listening attentively and did not show any impatience, Shui Lingnan's expression gradually eased and he said, You came here in a hurry this morning. Is there anything else besides greeting me? People say that no one knows a son better than his father. This was because his son was taught by his father. Shui Lingnan also raised Shui Rui as his son. How could it escape Shui Lingnan's eyes? Shui Rui's eyes were looking at Shui Lingnan. He said, It's about my marriage. Shui Lingnan glanced at him and guessed what he was going to say. So he said, The Earl's daughter is talented and beautiful. What is there to be dissatisfied with? I am not dissatisfied with Miss Rui, but... Shui Rui turned his head and looked at the open door. Shui Lingnan understood and waved his hand for Su Li to disperse the servants outside. He closed the door and waited outside. Only the grandfather and grandson were left in the room. Shui Rui then slowly said, Some time ago, I dreamed of the 10th princess's soul. Shui Lingnan frowned and said in a low voice, She has been dead for so long and you still can't forget her. Why, are you telling me that it was her soul who told you not to marry? Shui Rui held the armrest and lowered his head, the 10th princess only said that she died unjustly and asked me to help her find the murderer. Grandfather also clearly understands that it was impossible for younger sister to harm the princess back then. The murderer was someone else, and their target was the imperial consort and our Shui family. Does grandfather not want to know who plotted against us from behind? Hearing this, Shui Lingnan was unmoved. He said coldly, "Things have changed with time. What is the point of looking into this? Even if you find the murderer, do you think His Majesty will help you?" Shui Rui carefully looked at Shui Lingnan's expression and suddenly showed a trace of self-mockery. "Grandfather, you already knew that the whole thing was instigated by Prince Ning." He had always wondered why Shui Lingnan was so indifferent when the Shui family suffered such a big loss. He even tacitly agreed that Shui Jinxuan was the murderer of the 10th princess. It turned out that he already knew the truth. That was why he kept silent. It was no wonder that when he had just returned to the capital last year, Shui Lingnan had insisted that he break off all ties with Lu Hao. He didn't hesitate to fall out with him. He said that it was because Lu Tan had returned to the capital, but in fact, he had seen through Lu Hao's sinister intentions and had wanted him to stay away. "Is this your idea or His Majesty's?" Shui Rui asked. He thought it was the latter. If the emperor was kept in the dark and didn't say anything, Shui Lingnan could use this to bring down Lu Hao. But he chose to swallow his anger. He had no choice but to swallow it. Hearing Shui Rui's words, Shui Lingnan's expression finally changed. He put one hand on his knee and looked at him, saying, "You are really old." Every time he saw Shui Rui, it would cause him to recall his eldest son that had died young. Sometimes, he felt hatred, and sometimes, he felt pity. He hated the child before him for causing his beloved son to lose his life, yet it was a pity that this extraordinarily quick-witted child wasn't the bloodline of his Shui clan in the end. "Tell me, how did you know it was Prince Ning?" Shui Rui said, "Grandfather, you forgot. My sworn sister, Yu Shu, is good at the art of death." Shui Lingnan's eyes sharpened. He sat up straight. Can the art of death really determine life and death? He thought it was just an exaggeration. But the 10th princess's death was so strange. It was unbelievable that it could be calculated so clearly. "Yes, but I can only make a rough guess. For example, I can know that the 10th princess committed suicide that day, that she had an affair with someone before she died, and that the villain behind her is a man named Xiao Ji. Then, I can deduce and investigate." Shui Rui didn't want Shui Lingnan to think that Yu Shu's art of death was omnipotent. Shui Lingnan could see that Shui Rui didn't hide anything from him. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. After the incident, this old man used some spies to investigate the 10th princess's contacts. I found that she had an affair with Kong Qi of the Hall of Civil Splendor. And that Kong Qi was under the control of Prince Ning because of a murder case. So I knew the real murderer. Shui Lingnan's eyes flashed with coldness. He told Shui Rui this secret. Shui Rui sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier. The Shui family had 100 years of foundation and deep roots in the court. Even he didn't know how many cards Shui Lingnan had in his hands. But I didn't make it public. I waited for His Majesty to punish me. It was important to know that the princess had an affair with an official. A prince murdered his sister. How could such a scandal be exposed? Sure enough, His Majesty didn't intend to pursue this matter. The emperor didn't investigate further, nor did he punish the Shui family. At that time, people thought that the Shui family was favored by His Majesty. But who knew that it was His Majesty who had a guilty conscience? Is that why grandfather tolerated it? What else could he do? Shui Lingnan sneered. A ruler is a ruler, and an official is an official. If a ruler wants an official to die, an official has to obey. Not to mention he had to take the blame for a prince. Shui Rui's face was as dark as water. Even though he had guessed the truth, it still sent shivers down his spine. Everyone envied the power of the Shui family, but who would have thought that even though Shui Lingnan looked good on the surface, there were also times when his teeth were knocked out and he had to swallow his blood. Everyone was like an ant under the feet of the emperor. Shui Lingnan looked at his expression. His heart was slightly at ease. Even though Shui Rui wasn't his grandson, this child valued friendship and loyalty. Just based on the Shui family's kindness in raising him, he wouldn't do anything to betray the Shui family in the future. On the contrary, if Shui Rui had other thoughts, he wouldn't tolerate him. Ning Wang is shrewd and is a person who can achieve great things. His Majesty favors him. It's clear that he has the intention of making the crown prince. But Ning Wang is narrow-minded. The day he ascends to the throne will be the day my Shui family is destroyed. Shui Lingnan lowered his voice. His eyes were shrewd. Because of this, he must stop His Majesty from making him the crown prince. Shui Rui deeply agreed. If the Shui family wanted to survive, Ning Wang couldn't be the ruler. It's just that Prince Jing isn't familiar with his thoughts. He's still young and inexperienced. Compared to the fully fledged Ning Wang, it will be difficult to change His Majesty's mind. Hearing this, Shui Lingnan restrained his expression. He lightly patted his knee and said to him, "This old man knows what to do. With this old man here, it's not your turn to worry." "Yes. All right, this matter ends here. Don't mention it again." Shui Lingnan changed the topic. "As for your marriage with the Count, don't try to use the 10th princess's death as an excuse. Give me a valid reason and I may reconsider. Otherwise, the marriage with the Count is not negotiable." Shui Rui struggled for a moment. He sighed inwardly and stood up. He said softly, "Grandfather may think it funny, but grandson already has someone he likes. In this life, I will not marry anyone else but her." Shui Lingnan narrowed his eyes with a whoosh, his voice a little cold. "The person you're talking about, is she your so-called sworn sister?" Shui Rui's face froze. He looked at him with some astonishment and said, "Grandfather, why would you think so? The person I'm talking about is not my sworn sister." Shui Lingnan stared at him and said, "Then who is it?" Shui Rui lowered his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, "It's Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying's sister, Princess Jiang Mia." This time it was Shui Lingnan's turn to be shocked. "Prince of Dongjing? What's going on? When did you know Jiang Huaying's sister?" "I've been away from the capital for 3 years. 2 of those years were spent in the northeast. That's how I got to know Prince of Dongjing. Jiang Mia is the daughter of a general. She is straightforward and doesn't care about trifles. In addition, she once saved my life. I will not let her down." Chapter 578. Shui Lingnan listened to Shui Rui's words and looked at him suspiciously. "If so, why didn't you tell me earlier?" The Jiang family was a conferred king with a different surname. They had been rooted in the northeast for generations and were a tyrant of a region. That Jiang Huaying was young, but he had already accumulated many military achievements. He had no children, but he had a younger sister who he doted on a lot. If Shui Rui had really taken a fancy to this princess, then Shui Lingnan felt that it was worth pondering over. Shui Rui said, "As soon as I returned to the capital, I went to the Supreme Court to take up my post. Only then did I realize that the emperor's heart is unpredictable. His Majesty is afraid of Prince Dongjing's influence. If the Shui family and the Jiang family were to unite by marriage, we would be suspected. So I did not confess to you. I have missed this chance and will regret it for the rest of my life. I will not be stubborn for love again." Shui Lingnan listened to his last sentence and looked at him meaningfully. "You know how to look at the big picture. I don't have to worry. After saying that, he paused for a moment before continuing, let this old man think about this carefully before making a decision. You can leave first. Shui Rui hesitated. What about the marriage with the Earl? Shui Lingnan said, since you don't like it, I will not force you. Shui Rui breathed a sigh of relief and left with a relaxed expression. After he left, Su Li came in and stood next to Shui Lingnan. He lowered his head and asked, does Master believe eldest young Master's words? I believe, why wouldn't I believe? Shui Lingnan clasped his hands together in front of his chest, closed his eyes and said lazily, if Qingbai can pull the Jiang family onto the boat, the chances of success in the future will be even greater. However, it is still too early now, we need to delay. Su Li said, what about the Earl? I heard that the Rui family's young lady made a fool of herself at the hibiscus banquet. How can a woman with a big mouth and no cleavage be a match for my child? Su Li hesitated. What if eldest young master did not mention the Jiang princess today? I'll find a good marriage partner for him as soon as possible. If the count's mansion doesn't work, there's still the minister's mansion or the grand preceptor's mansion. Otherwise, I'll choose from the 12 prefectures. So, master suspects that young master has taken a liking to the female fortune-teller from Yang, so you're testing him? Shui Lingnan narrowed his eyes. Li, you talk too much today. Su Li was stunned and smiled bitterly in his heart. Eldest young master was brought up by old master, so wasn't he also a child who was raised by old master? Shui Lingnan didn't pursue the matter. He tapped his fingers on his knees and said slowly, this female fortune-teller seems to have appeared out of nowhere. She has no background, yet she's able to survive until today. It's a little strange. Su Li said, eldest young masters, Wang Ji Lu, is surrounded by an iron bucket, there is no way to investigate the inside. If master is worried, I will send someone to keep an eye on her. There's no need. Shui Lingnan raised his hand and waved it off. With her strength alone, even if she's different, she won't be able to cause much trouble. Yes. Shui Rui left the upper room and passed through the corridors. His expression became serious. He had just confirmed two things from Shui Lingnan. First, the emperor had the intention of establishing Ningguang. Second, Shui Lingnan was suspicious of the relationship between him and Yu Shu. The emperor had been on the throne for 14 years, and the Eastern Palace had existed in name only. As more imperial princes came of age, there was a storm brewing in the court. Many people dreamed of the merit of ascending the throne and had already lined up. Ningguang had framed the 10th princess. The emperor knew that he had committed a great crime but still protected him. It was clear how much weight Ningguang held in his heart. If he didn't see him as the successor, how could he tolerate him framing his daughter and wronging an official? Shui Rui had a premonition that Ningguang would most likely escape another calamity in this assassination case of the imperial envoy. However, what worried him wasn't the imperial decree, but Shui Lingnan's attention to Yu Shu. I don't know if grandfather knows about the matter of the Graydon disaster and the Fate Breaker. Shui Rui guessed. He thought that Shui Lingnan wouldn't be completely ignorant, but he wouldn't know too much. At least, the identity of Yu Shu as the Fate Breaker was still a secret. Even so, Shui Rui didn't dare take the risk of exposing his relationship with Yu Shu to Shui Lingnan. Shui Rui knew very well that Shui Lingnan had suppressed the pain of losing his son and raised him. It wasn't for the sake of familial affection, but because the Shui family needed him, the eldest grandson. The Shui family didn't have many people. In his generation, the two branches added together only had him and Shui Guangxiu. The other sisters were mostly concubines and weren't of much use. And it was precisely this kind of high official family that placed more importance on marriage. It wasn't that Shui Rui was belittling himself. In Shui Lingnan's eyes, his greatest use was probably to rope in a solid in-laws for the Shui family to form an alliance. In the future, they would support Lu Tan to ascend the throne and replace Lu Hao. Ha! Shui Rui had a self-deprecating expression. If Shui Lingnan discovered that he and Yu Shu were in love with each other, he had plenty of ways to force him to submit. But Yu Shu had the emperor's spies by her side. If Shui Lingnan interfered, the other side would notice. As long as the Graydon disaster existed, his relationship with Yu Shu would never see the light of day. Therefore, he could only use a smokescreen to confuse Shui Lingnan and delay the marriage. Wait until I find out my background and parents, then I'll decide whether to stay or leave. He did stay in the northeast for 2 years, and he did get to know the Prince of Dongjing and his sister. As for Jiang Mia, a figure flashed across Shui Rui's mind, and he instantly felt terrible. If she knew that I used her as a cover, she might whip me again. How could Shui Lingnan know that the Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying's precious sister, the lively and lovely little princess he mentioned, was actually a witch? Shui Rui's birthday banquet was held in the evening. The first to arrive was Feng Zhaomiao. This guy sneaked out of the barracks and climbed over the wall to enter the Shui residence in the middle of the afternoon. He didn't dare to go through the main gate, for fear that he would be seen and heard by his father, the general, who would arrest him. After dark, Ruilin, Qi Mingxiu, and Lu Tan also arrived one after another, followed by a few colleagues of the Supreme Court, 2 of the same rank as Shui Rui, and a few of his subordinates. They all came to congratulate him. Soon, 4 tables were filled. The banquet was set under the veranda by the full moon pond. A round table could accommodate 8 people. Because Lu Tan and Shui Rui were sitting together, no one dared to act rashly. Only the Ruilin siblings, Qi Mingxiu, and Feng Zhaomiao were at the same table. There are still 2 empty seats. Who hasn't arrived yet? Qi Mingxiu pointed to the empty seat on the left of Shui Rui. Lotus Room hasn't arrived yet. Feng Zhaomiao stood up and stretched his neck to look around. Shui Rui also wondered why Yu Shu hadn't arrived yet. She said she would come with little 6 of the Axayan family. Maybe she was delayed on the road. Sitting next to Ruilin, Rui Zizhu and Shui Rui were facing each other across the 2 empty seats. They secretly looked at each other. Then let's wait before we start the banquet. Lu Tan smiled slightly. It's not good to leave the lady behind and enjoy ourselves first. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Feng Zhaomiao, who was confused, asked, "What lady are you talking about, Your Highness? Are you talking about Lotus Room? Don't you know?" Lu Tan looked around at everyone's puzzled eyes. He turned to look at Shui Rui and said, "Cousin sworn sister, Yu Xuanzi, is now a celestial commissioner. Fang Zheng is a 5th-ranked imperial woman." As soon as this was said, everyone was surprised and immediately asked Shui Rui. Shui Rui glanced at them and calmly replied to everyone. At this time, Yu Shu and Axayan Lu also arrived at the gate of the Shui family. It's really bad luck to meet a spirit on the road. Axayan Lu got off the carriage and did not forget to pat his shoulder and head. He suspiciously said to Yu Shu, "It's cousin Shui's birthday. We bumped into a dead person and then came to see him. Is it inauspicious?" Yu Shu smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? I'm here." Saying this, she shook the slender gift box in her hand. She showed the contents to Axayan Lu on the road. Axayan Lu immediately clapped his hands and laughed. "Yes, you brought this treasure." Asking the driver to wait on the opposite street, Yu Shu and Axayan Lu took 2 steps towards the door. A figure flashed behind them. In a few steps, he walked in front of them and climbed the steps of the door. Axayan Lu tugged at Yu Shu. "Quick, look." Yu Shu looked up and saw that the person was wearing a cloak that covered half of his body. He even wore a dusty bamboo hat on a hot summer day, hiding his head and face. It was very strange. The person was stopped in front of the door by the guard. He stopped and threw something over. I want to see Shui Rui. Quickly go and inform him. If you delay my business, you will suffer. Listening to the voice, it was a woman. TSK, what a fierce woman. Xian Lu whispered to Yushu. The person in the bamboo hat seemed to hear it. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the two people under the steps. He put his hand on his waist and said, "What did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" Xian Lu was not afraid of trouble. He was about to answer, but he was stopped by Yushu. Yushu smiled and said to the woman in the bamboo hat, "My sister is young and offended you. Miss, please don't blame her." Hearing this, the man glared at Yushu, snorted coldly, and turned around, ignoring the two of them. Xian Lu looked at Yushu unconvinced. His small eyes were asking, "Why are you afraid of her?" Yushu rolled her eyes. "Are you stupid? Don't you see that there is a long whip wrapped around her waist? I can't stop it when it hits you." Chapter 579. They meet a strange woman at the gate of the Shui mansion. Seeing that the woman shows a token for Shui Rui, Yushu is not in a hurry to go in. The woman in the bamboo hat stands on the steps with her arms crossed. Yushu and Xian Lu move a few steps away from her and whisper to each other. Lotus Room. I think this fierce woman knows cousin Shui. Let's wait and see first. Xian Lu is also curious about the woman's background even without Yushu's words. At the table, people taste the wine first before eating the soup. They are talking about the appointment of Yushu as a female official. When Shui Rui saw that Yushu had not arrived even after a long time, he became a little worried. He was about to send someone to look for her on the road when a servant who ran errands for the second gate came over and leaned close to him. "Young master, there is a woman outside the door who wants to see you. She gave you this." As he says, he hands something to Xiao Tianzi. It is not a card, but a sharp stone. Shui Rui is surprised when he sees it. He gets up and finds an excuse to ask everyone to drink first. Then he leaves the table in a hurry. They wait outside the door for a long time, but no one comes out. Not only the woman in the bamboo hat paces back and forth impatiently, but Yushu and Xian Lu also doubt whether Shui Rui knows this person. "Why don't we go in first?" Xian Lu says. She is hungry because she hasn't eaten anything in the afternoon. Yushu is about to nod when she sees a handsome man coming out of the door. He is neatly dressed and has a handsome face. It is Shui Rui. The woman in the bamboo hat sees Shui Rui before Yushu does. She takes a step forward and looks at him quickly. Then she sneers, "It's not easy to see you. Shui Dalong, you slipped away without saying a word. You never thought that I would come to your door one day." As soon as Shui Rui sees her, he is worried. "Did you come to the capital alone? Does your brother know?" The woman glared at him. I'm not telling you." Because they were standing in the light, the bamboo-hatted woman's position just happened to block Shui Rui's line of sight, so he didn't notice Yushu and Xian Lu standing not far away. In the eyes of Yushu and Xian Lu, the two of them had their own understanding of each other. "Hey, Lotus House, listen to this. Could it be that cousin Shui has done something bad outside, and they have come to the capital to seek revenge?" Yushu did not say anything. She thought, 3 years ago, Shui Rui left the capital. Other than a few months in Yang, I don't know where he went for the rest of the time. I also don't know where he met this woman wearing bamboo hat. Let's not talk about it. I still have something to do tonight. Where are you staying now? Give me a place to go. I'll look for you tomorrow. Shui Rui asked the person who came because there were many spies around the Prime Minister's residence. He was worried that she would lose her temper and reveal something. Shui Rui was cautious, but the bamboo-hatted woman did not appreciate it. She sneered and said, "What's so important about you that you're in such a hurry to drive me away? Can't I even enter your house?" Shui Rui couldn't help but chuckle when he saw that she was about to lose her temper just because she didn't like his words, and he replied with a question, "Today is my birthday, and I've invited my relatives and friends to drink. Do you want to come?" "It's your birthday." "Yes." "What kind of scoundrel friends are they?" "I don't care about them." The bamboo-hatted woman changed the topic. Just now she was blaming Shui Rui for driving her away, but now she was disgusted and refused to go in. Shui Rui took the opportunity to say, "Then where are you staying?" "We'll talk tomorrow when we meet." "No need. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Don't make me wait, or you'll suffer." After saying this, the bamboo-hatted woman turned around and left. When she passed by Yu Shu and Xian Lu, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. She tilted her neck and said, "Today is your birthday. It's not good for me to be empty-handed. Why don't I give you a gift?" At this time, Shui Rui saw Yu Shu and Xian Lu. He was stunned for a moment and didn't hear what the bamboo-hatted woman said. However, the next moment, she turned her hand into a claw and attacked Yu Shu. Shui Rui didn't even have time to stop her. The bamboo-hatted woman had come back and retracted her right hand. At this time, there was one more thing in her hand. For a moment, Yu Shu found that the fan box in her hand was in someone else's hand. When she was closer, she could see the face under the bamboo-hatted clearly: thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and a playful smile. "When I came here, I heard these two girls talking. There is a good treasure in it. I don't know what it is. Whether it's good or bad, I'll give it to you as a gift." As she said this, she shook the thin box in her hand and threw it to Shui Rui. Seeing that the gift she had racked her brains to prepare for her lover was taken away, Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and felt annoyed. She dared to borrow a flower to present the Buddha to her. Shui Rui caught the box and looked at Yu Shu. Seeing her face changed, he felt a jolt in his heart and knew something bad was going to happen. When the other one was angry, she would use a whip and wouldn't let go until the person's skin and flesh were torn apart. But when this one was angry, she wouldn't stop bleeding. If the two of them really made trouble here, it would be a big deal. Therefore, before Yu Shu got angry, he quickly walked down the steps, handed the thin box in his hand back to Yu Shu, and said gently, "Shu, this is the sister of my old friend. I'll tell you in detail later." There was another meaning in his words. He was secretly telling Yu Shu that he would explain to her clearly, but it was not convenient for him to say it now. Yu Shu understood at once. She glanced at Shui Rui, took the fan box, and held back her anger. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't say anything, Xian Lu gritted his teeth and didn't say anything more. Seeing the attitude of Shui Rui when talking to Yu Shu, the woman in the bamboo hat raised her eyebrows and smiled coldly. She threw a sentence and turned to leave. "Shui Dalong, your ability to hook up with girls is not reduced." Yu Shu turned her head and looked at the back of the man who was going away. She smiled and thought, "If there is a chance, I'll teach you a lesson so that you know who is a girl." Seeing that the man had left, Shui Rui secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yu Shu, "Let's go in first." Yu Shu put the fan box in her arms, ignored him, and pulled Xian Lu into the door. Shui Rui touched his nose and knew that he was in the wrong. He thought about how to make her happy later and followed her footsteps. Yu Shu arrived late. Everyone had been talking about her, but now she was not shy at all. Feng Zhaomiao raised her head and wanted to punish her with drinking. Shui Rui wanted to stop her, but Yu Shu agreed readily. She drank 3 cups of wine in a row without frowning, which immediately attracted a burst of cheers. Feng Xiaomiao did not notice the warning in Shui Rui's eyes. She pestered Qi Mingxiu, who was next to Yu Shutong, to change her seat. She complained to her about how the great camp trained soldiers in the morning and dusk, so they could not even sleep in. After saying a lot of things, he finally got to the main point with a shy face. I have a good brother who couldn't sleep well a while ago. He always dozed off during the training the next day and was scolded by the instructor every day. Since his mother hung a crystal stone for him, he stopped snoring at night and was energetic during the day. He could eat 5 bowls of rice in one meal. I heard that the crystal was unique to a treasure house on Qianyuan Street, so I went looking for it. However, after paying a deposit, I had to wait for a month before I could get the goods. After asking around more carefully, I found out that the crystal was actually your handiwork. Hee, Lotus Room, look at this. Before Yu Shu said anything, Xan Lu said shyly, it's his birthday, but you took the opportunity to ask for a debt. Ruilin patted his leg and laughed, I was wondering why you sneaked out of the camp against the wind. It turned out that your idea was here. Feng Xiaomiao blushed at their words. He coughed and looked at Yu Shu eagerly. Yu Shu hid something in her heart and was not in the mood to tease him. She said, you are talking about the calming white crystal. I don't have it with me today. I will ask someone to send it to you later. Beijing's starting price for a piece of white crystal sculpture was 100 taels, which was much cheaper than the whole bracelet. So he sold all the stock he had at the beginning of the month. Now there was no price in the market. It was not surprising that Feng Xiaomiao couldn't buy it outside. Good. Feng Xiaomiao patted the table and poured another glass of wine for Yu Shu. He said, I saw that the boy was wearing a longevity gourd. It was said that it was made of a whole crystal stone. You must find me a bigger one than that gourd, so that I won't be laughed at by him. Yu Shu nodded. Xan Lu curled his lips and said, wearing a gourd is nothing. There is a whole set in the Lotus Room with 5 colors. There is only 1 pearl net. If you take off the crystal stone, there will be 17 or 18 gourds. Feng Xiaomiao said excitedly, is it the one she wore at the gentleman hibiscus banquet? Then he looked at Yu Shu and asked, why don't I see you wearing it today? Yu Shu took another sip of wine and said, I was in a hurry and forgot. At the same table, Rui Zizhu put her hand down on her knee. She touched the beads on her sleeve and took them off quietly. Rui Lin noticed her little movement and shook his head secretly. He knew that his sister got a string of pink crystal beads from her mother not long ago. She loved it very much and wore it alone today. He didn't expect that she would be outshone even though she didn't wear it today. The people at the table discussed animatedly, and they clinked their cups. Shui Rui gazed at Yu Shu without batting an eyelid. He was able to sense that she was absent-minded, and he thought that the incident that occurred outside the door had caused her to be displeased. He planned to talk to her after the banquet was over. But she couldn't sit still after drinking 7 or 8 glasses of wine in a row. So he put down his chopsticks and stood up to suppress the voices of the crowd. Everyone, please forgive me. My third sister can't eat with us today because of her illness. I'm worried and want to see her now. Please don't be shy. Once he finished speaking, he turned his head and called out to Yu Shu. Shu, come with me to see Jinshuan. Yu Shu was holding a glass for Feng Xiaomiao to pour. She looked up at Shui Rui and didn't pretend to be confused. She put down the glass. Okay, I'll go with my brother. They claimed to be brother and sister. Everyone knew that, so no one doubted them and let them go. There were only 2 people who chased after their departing figures, their gazes a little obscure. One was the young lady of the Rui family. The other one, let's not talk about him. Yu Shu followed Shui Rui as they walked around the winding corridor. The voices behind them gradually faded away. When there were only the two of them on the road ahead and they could no longer hear anyone's words, Shui Rui only took half a step behind them and tilted his head to look at her. "Why, are you still angry?" Yushu kicked away the pebbles under her feet and said, "Why are you angry? You don't even know who she is." This road led to Shui Jinchuan's courtyard. There were few servants coming and going. There were walls on both sides. Shui Rui was not afraid that someone would eavesdrop, so he whispered to her, "The woman tonight is the sister of Lord of Dongjing, Jiang Mia." Then he chuckled. "Now you know who she is. It's convenient for you to be angry." Hearing the identity of the person, Yushu was surprised. "You mean Lord of Dongjing? She is his sister?" "Yes. The previous Lord of Dongjing passed away and didn't leave many children. Only Jiang Mia and Jiang Huaying share the same mother. She was conferred the title of Commandery Princess and practiced martial arts since childhood. The elders around her were all generals and warriors, so she has a hot temper and is not easy to provoke." Yushu suddenly understood. No wonder she was so arrogant. It turned out that she had such a powerful background. Yushu had heard a little about what kind of person Lord of Dongjing was. There was a rebellious analogy: the world belonged to the Emperor of Don, but the land in the northeast belonged to Lord of Dongjing. This commandery princess named Jiang Mia, in terms of status, was not inferior to the princesses in the capital. Yushu's eyes darkened. She asked, "When did you go to the northeast?" How many secrets he had hidden was something she never knew and never thought about. Not noticing the change in her mood, Shui Rui sighed. "It's a long story. I'll tell you about it another day. I still don't know why Jiang Mia came to the capital. I'll ask her tomorrow." He and Jiang Huaying had always maintained correspondence. Just last month, he had received a secret letter from Jiang Huaying, but the letter did not mention a single word about Jiang Mia entering the capital. Therefore, when he saw her today, he suspected that she had secretly run out. "Tomorrow." Yushu touched her chin. "Then I'll go with you." "Ah. Why, is it inconvenient?" Yushu stopped and squinted at him. It seemed that if he said it was inconvenient, she would turn around and leave. She had already given him a lot of face outside the door. If it was someone else, she would not have been so accommodating. "It's not inconvenient, but..." Shui Rui looked at Yushu's little face and changed his words. "Well, if you want to go, then come with me." Only then was Yushu satisfied. She lifted her foot and continued to walk forward, muttering in a low voice, "Speaking of which, there's one thing I've been wondering about. When we first met in Yang last year, why did you hide your name?" Shui Rui pursed his lips and looked up at the moon in the sky. He answered, "To investigate something." Yushu's curiosity was piqued. "What is it?" This time, it was Shui Rui's turn to stop. He turned to look at her bright eyes and said with a smile, "A great fortune teller once told my fortune. He said that there was a woman who was very important to me there, so I went to find her. Tell me the truth. I'm not lying." Yushu sneered at him. "Don't tell me you're going to tell me that I'm that woman." Shui Rui smiled but did not say anything. Yushu rolled her eyes. She knew he was bullshitting. This was a lie to coax a girl. Did he really think she was a little girl who could be coaxed and lied to? "By the way, where's my birthday present?" Shui Rui asked Yushu for it. "What present?" "I don't remember." She felt a little wrong tonight, so she decided to vent her anger on him. "Shu, you have to be reasonable. I'm not the one who made you angry. It was that female Yiksha. It's not the first day you met me." Yushu looked at him strangely. "Do you think it's useful to reason with me?" Shui Rui looked at her scoundrel and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could clearly see where she kicked the thing, but it was not a good place. Otherwise, he would have picked it up himself. His heart itched at the thought. He stared at the thing in her arms and nodded. Chapter 580. Yushu followed Shui Rui to visit Shui Jinchuan. Because Shui Xiaomei was timid, on a day like today, Shui Rui asked the servants to prepare a table of food and wine for her alone. With a few close maids accompanying her, she did not seem lonely. Yushu saw how attentively Shui Rui took care of his sister, and her heart was moved. She also had a Yu Xiaoxiu in her family, so she could naturally understand Shui Rui's feelings. According to this, she found that she and Shui Rui had some surprising similarities. For example, their father was dead, and although their mother was still alive, she was unreliable. Mother Shui was said to be weak and sick, and Aunt Shui was someone who needed others to worry for her. For example, they both had a younger brother or sister who needed their care. Being in the same boat, was this the reason why the two of them could see eye to eye? Yushu's absent-mindedness lasted until the end of the banquet, and Shui Rui sent all the guests to the entrance. Lu Tan's position was noble, and he was placed in the middle. Before leaving, he said, "My mansion was built in the middle of the month. Originally, I was going to hold a banquet on the 15th, but the palace has to hold a water and land meeting, so it was moved back a few days. At that time, I hope you all can come and drink a cup of wedding wine." Today, the people who came to celebrate Shui Rui's birthday were either nobles in the capital or young and promising rookies. They were not familiar with Lu Tan. At this moment, he made an invitation, which was better than abruptly sending an invitation to the door. Sure enough, after a night of drinking, everyone readily agreed. Shui Rui also pretended that he did not see through Lu Tan's trick. He waited for the carriages to pick up the guests, and in the end, he did not stop Yushu, but watched her and Xan Lu get on the carriage together. When the people were gone, he turned his head and asked someone to take Goyu, put on a black cloak, rode his beloved horse, and ran into the night. Yushu first sent Xan Lu to the Xan mansion in the north of the city, and then returned to the south. She sat in the car, holding the fan box in her hands, looking displeased. "I said I wouldn't give it to him, but he really didn't want it. This fan was specially made for Shui Rui, but who would have thought that it would not be given to him today? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have argued with him. It was too boring." In her annoyance, she didn't notice when Lu Zhong's carriage had stopped. She didn't notice until the curtain was lifted from the outside and a dark shadow bent down to approach. She turned around and was almost scared to death. This was an alley at the end of the night. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Only with the lantern hanging from the front of the car, Yushu could clearly see who was outside the window. Her heart skipped a beat. Yushu. Shui Rui gestured with his hand on his lips and looked at both ends of the alley. When he did not see her spies following him, he lowered his voice and said to her, "Come down quickly." Yushu hesitated for a moment and then bent down to get out of the carriage. Shui Rui stretched out his hand and pulled her onto the back of the horse. He turned around and told Lu Zhong, "You go around Qianyuan Street and then wait in the alley behind the house in the south of the city. I will send your girl back." Lu Zhong looked at Yushu and saw her nod, so he drove the carriage away obediently. Shui Rui untied his cloak and wrapped Yushu's body. He turned the horse around and quickly left from the other end of the alley. "In the middle of the night, are you going to take me to sell myself?" "Ha!" Shui Rui laughed with wind. He grabbed the reins with one hand and covered the back of her head with the other, pressing her against his chest. "Am I willing to do that?" Yushu leaned on Shui Rui's chest. Separated by a layer of velvet cloak, she listened to the sound of the wind outside her ears as well as the faint rise and fall of his heartbeat. The gloominess from before was completely swept away. He was such a cautious person. It was impossible for her not to know that he was willing to take the risk of being discovered to chase after her. Yushu's temper came and went as quickly as it came. She forgot that she was unhappy in front of the door tonight. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his lean waist, raised her neck, and looked at his square chin. She straightened her body and kissed him. "Paw." Shui Rui's hand tightened on the reins, and he lowered his head to look at the person who was causing trouble in his embrace. However, he saw her smiling as she looked up at him, and she didn't seem to be the slightest bit embarrassed, yet it caused his heart to palpitate. His legs squeezed the horse's belly and the speed increased. The snow-white Magatama moved through the night like a flash of lightning. It was so fast that one couldn't see the person on the horse. Yushu sat in front of him and buried her face in his chest to hide from the wind. After a while, she felt that the horse had slowed down. She lifted her head and pushed aside his cloak. She looked out and saw that they had actually arrived at the banks of the Chunlan River. It was different from the bustling scene of the Double Seventh Festival. At this time, there was no one on the Chunlan River. The moonlight was slanting and the wind was clear. There was a faint smell of moisture in the air. There was a long row of lanterns on the dam in the distance. It was like a water dragon, sparkling like its scales, and the watchtower on the shore was like its horns. This view of the river was broadening one's mind. At this moment, the unknown worries and fears were all washed away by the waves of the river. Shui Rui took off his cloak and put it on her shoulders. He wrapped one hand around her waist and the other held the reins as he strolled slowly with Magatama. "Are you still angry with me?" Yushu shook her head. "Then where's my present?" Yushu did not argue this time. She sat up straight and took out the fan box and stuffed it into his chest. "Here, this is for you." Shui Rui received it with a face full of smiles. He felt that it was a pity. He had already planned that if she was not willing to give it to him, he would take it for himself. Yushu did not know how many times she had escaped. She urged him, "Take a look and see if you like it." Shui Rui had received countless presents since he was young. But the excitement he felt now was far from what it was in the past. He had already made up his mind that no matter what Yushu gave him, he would treat it as a token of their love and treasure it well. But when he opened the box, he saw a black gold fan embedded in the center of the box and an amethyst fan pendant lying quietly in the corner. He was pleasantly surprised. He let go of the arm around Yushu's waist and carefully took out the fan. He caressed the fan pendant that glowed with a purple light and slowly opened the fan. What entered his eyes was the green mountains of the distant mountains. The 16 fan ribs were straight, emitting a scholarly aura. Shui Rui had read many treasures and knew that this fan was a treasure with one look. Seeing the joy in his eyes, Yushu said with some pride, "This isn't an ordinary fan. It's made from a 100-year-old peach tree root. It's extremely effective in restraining yin and warding off evil. The silk surface is made from the silk of a cold silkworm. It's waterproof and moisture-proof, and can block sharp weapons. This amethyst pendant is also an item to ward off evil. I have kept it in the wind pond for the longest time. You have been in prison for a long time and have been contaminated with evil. After a long time, your luck has been ruined, so many bad things have happened. In the future, if you have this fan, you will not be afraid of those evil things." Listening to her carefully counting and thinking, he could imagine how much energy she had used to make this fan. His heart softened. He closed the fan and hugged her, who was still chattering, into his embrace. He whispered in her ear, "Shu, I like it very much." When he saw her digging her heart out for someone else, he only wanted to make her change her mind. He did not dare to hope that he would be able to obtain her sincerity. Yushu was hugged tightly by him and thought that this gift was very much to his liking. She leaned on his chest and said with a smile, "The person who made this fan told me that I must give it a name so that it will not be in vain." quickly think of an awe-inspiring name. With her in his arms, Shui could not think of a name at this time. He put the fan close to his chest and used his chin to rub her forehead. He said in a low voice, "I can't think of a name right now. Why don't you give me some ideas?" Yushu said, "I can't even write well, how can I give you ideas? If the name is vulgar, it will be shameful. I don't know how to do it." Shui said with certainty, "You will." Yushu was feeling strange when a shadow fell over her head. The last thing she saw was his eyes that were as bright as the stars. "Oh." Shui nibbled on her soft lips gently. When he noticed her slight struggle and protest, he pinched her earlobe and coaxed her in a low voice, "Be good and let me kiss you. I'll have an idea later." Yushu wanted to laugh at his shamelessness, but she did not have the heart to reject him. Since there was no one around, it was fine to let him kiss her. So she pushed him twice and wrapped her arms around his neck. Shui knew that this was not an opportunity to be missed. He hugged her waist tightly and entered her lips and tongue, tasting her. This kiss was out of control. Yushu was a novice, but Shui was a veteran. He kissed her until she was out of breath. Only then did he change his position. With a fragrance on his lips, he kissed along her soft chin to her slender neck. His hands were under the cloak, holding her soft waist and slowly rubbing it. Carrying the man and woman on her back, Guyu did not even look back. She walked forward steadily. When she saw the wild flowers and grass on the side of the road, she only glanced at them and did not go forward to nibble on them. Yushu's neck was numb and itchy from his kiss. She shivered twice and wrapped her fingers around the back of his burning neck. She tilted her head to avoid him and said with a hot face, Do you have an idea?" "No." Shui stuck close to her collar that had slid down and lightly bit her shoulder. He didn't dare to leave behind a mark, yet he was unable to endure the temptation of the faint layer of fragrance on her body. He clenched his palms and lifted her up gracefully, then carried her from the horse's back onto his lap. He made her sit up high, and his hands conveniently supported her buttocks. Yushu was at the age of growing up. The food she ate in Wang Ji restaurant was all pure food. She was not lazy and active. After half a year of recuperation, she looked slender, but the places that should have meat were not lacking. Not only were her two long legs straight, but her buttocks were round and perky. Shui raised his palm and knew what was good for him. He rubbed it again, his eyes almost glowing green. Yushu saw that he wanted a foot after taking an inch. She was angry and embarrassed, so she hit his back twice. Shui didn't feel any pain, and he laughed hoarsely before lowering his head and firmly kissing her left breast. He leaned his face to the side and listened to the sound of her wildly beating heart in order to calm the heat in his body. He knew very well that if he took another step forward, it would be difficult for him to guarantee that he wouldn't swallow her whole. Although he stopped thinking, he had no intention of letting her go. Shui raised his head and met her angry eyes. He laughed and said, "I have an idea." "What?" Yushu stared at him fiercely. "You gave me this fan. It is called Mujiang." Yushu felt strange and said, "Why is the fan empty? There is no river or water. What river is there to admire?" Shui laughed heartily, "If there is no river, I will draw one. What I admire is not the river, but you." Chapter 581. Emperor Zhao Qing had agreed to the Dongying envoy's request. Yushu had thought that there would be many officials present who would object. Unexpectedly, no one spoke up except for Kong Qi, who had first asked the emperor to reconsider. She was surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, she understood that this situation had occurred. It wasn't because the civil and military officials, including Emperor Zhao Qing, were brainless. It was because in this era where cold weapons were still in power and shipping was not developed, an uninhabited island was less significant than two rare mutants. More importantly, the Onmyoji who knew how to bring the dead back to life was an irresistible temptation to the Emperor, who had always yearned for immortality. Looking at Yamada Jiro's confident expression, Yushu couldn't sit still. After all, she was a modern person who had come back from 500 years in the future. She was well aware of the evil deeds these subservient Dongying people had committed in the land of Huaxia. How could she let them coax Jiaoyu Island away under her eyes? No. She had to think of a way. It was impossible for her to directly stand up and persuade the Emperor not to do such a stupid thing. She had only been a new official for a few days. As a fifth-rank female official, her words carried more weight. How could the Emperor listen to her and take back his order? In that case, he could only start from the Japanese and stop them from succeeding. Yushu glanced expressionlessly at the door of the main hall. She quickly calculated in her heart, I'm sure that the yin-yang technique that could summon wind and rain was just a trick. That's easy to deal with. As for the Dongying youth who claimed to be able to bring the dead back to life, I'll have to wait and see. With this thought, Yushu didn't rashly try to persuade the Emperor. Instead, she chose to sit and watch. However, the development of the matter was a little unexpected. Your Majesty, Junior Supervisor Ren of the Celestial Commissioner stood up and suggested to Emperor Zhaoqing, today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Your Majesty has to go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices. It's getting late, so you should go and prepare. In my opinion, why don't we let the envoys return to the post house to rest? Tomorrow, we'll invite the Onmyoji from Dongying to perform the art of resurrection for Your Majesty. Junior Supervisor Ren was the second in command of the Celestial Commissioner. As a second-ranked official, Emperor Zhaoqing still gave him face. That's fine. The aquatic conference will last for 3 days. I'll wait until the next day to see the art of resurrection. Although Yamada Jiro was disappointed, he was not afraid that the Celestial Emperor would go back on his word. He didn't move. Yamada Jiro wasn't afraid. Yamada Jiro. He represented the core of the power of the entire kingdom. He had helped the great kingdom for 300 years. Yamada Yuqing. Another thought. Qing's Ming Xiao Qing's thought. Celestial Ren was he Qing's was Emperor who. The imperial astronomer, who represented the core power of the Great Peace Division, had assisted this great nation for 300 years. How could he tolerate the contempt and scheming of a foreign envoy? On the first day of the Water and Continent Conference, the Japanese yin-yang spell masters destroyed the prestige of the Great Peace spell masters, and they parted on bad terms. When Yushu came out of the palace, the rain had stopped. Along the way, she heard the angry whispers of the yi-masters. Some could not stand the arrogance of the Dong. Some said that the yin-yang master who summoned the rain was using sorcery. Others said that they were up to no good. In short, none of them said anything good, but none of them hit the nail on the head. Yushu secretly shook her head and did not interrupt. Instead, it was Jing Qin who had walked to her side and asked her in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" He lowered his voice and asked, "Did you see through the trick that Jintian yin-yang master used when he summoned the rain?" Yushu's eyebrows twitched. She turned her head and asked, "See through what?" "You said it was that strange red light." Seeing that she was playing dumb, Jing Qin shook his head and told her, that red light wasn't anything demonic. It was a kind of chi that would appear when a martial artist's inner force reached a certain level. You should have seen him bite his finger. That red light was just an illusion created by him using chi to force his blood out. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 3 and started cultivating chi at the age of 5. At that time, there were uncle masters with profound inner force who helped him comb his meridians. He had mastered the inner force mantra of Jingyi sect 3 years ago. Ordinary martial artists might not be able to see through the tricks of the dong. But in his eyes, there was nothing that could be hidden. Oh, I see. She also knew that the yin-yang master's ability to summon the rain had nothing to do with the red light. But after listening to Jing Chen's explanation, she understood what was going on. I've told you everything I know. What about you? Ah. What about me? Faced with her uncooperative attitude, Jing Chen could only make things clearer. In the palace, I saw you writing on the table for a long time. What were you calculating? Did he have eyes in the back of his head? She sat behind him, so he could see what she was doing. I vaguely remember. Jing Chen's voice became softer. There were people in front and behind them, so some words couldn't be heard by others. But it didn't stop Yu Shu from hearing it. You have a very strange method of calculating the future rain and rain. When you say it's going to rain, it will rain. It's very accurate. Yu Shu paused and almost stepped on the tripping brick at the city gate. She turned back to look at Jing Chen. Her eyes flashed. She knew that she couldn't hide it from him, so she admitted it. That's right. When I was in the palace just now, I predicted that there would be rain today. According to the divination, there should have been rain today. Sunny rain was rare. Usually, the clear rain calendar method used by the Yi masters couldn't calculate it at all. For example, the rain on a full moon night was difficult for the Yi masters to predict. It was the same for sunny rain. But for Yu Shu's clear rain rule, this was not a problem. Hearing that, Jing Chen's expression turned serious and said, that is to say, the Japanese onmyoges might have divined that it would rain this afternoon. That's why they used such a strange skill and pretended to summon rain, making us mistakenly think that their onmyoges have that kind of ability. Yu Shu was about to praise him for his cleverness when she heard him continue. Since you found out that they were cheating, why didn't you expose them in the palace just now? Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes and said angrily, how do you want me to expose them? Are you going to tell the emperor that I predicted that it would rain today, so those neon people are liars and that the rain wasn't caused by them, but arranged by God? Do you think that people will believe me just because I'm making empty promises? She wasn't the only Yi masters in the entire capital who could predict the sunny rain, but she was probably the only exception among the Yi masters from Dan who had entered the palace to participate in the Water and Land Conference. She had waited until the Japanese succeeded in summoning a rain before making irresponsible remarks. Wasn't that just hindsight? She had to come up with some strong evidence to slap those Japanese in the face. I didn't think it through. You're right. If you exposed them just now, they might have shown their true colors. Instead, it would make our masters from Dan seem clumsy. Jing Chen was mocked by her, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he openly admitted that he wasn't as thorough as she was. He asked her again, then what method did you think of to expose them in front of everyone? Yu Shu looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The Celestial Commissioner's office is being bullied by others. With the head supervisor and junior supervisor around, it's not up to a small female official like me to think of a solution. I thought you purposely predicted that it would rain today to find a way to expose them. Pfft, you're thinking too much. I'm just curious. After Yu Shu finished speaking, she ignored him. She quickened her steps and caught up with Axianya, the left magistrate, to talk to her. Jing Chen saw that she didn't seem to care and sighed helplessly. The Japanese envoys came out of the palace and came to the place where they were staying. Yamada Jiro and Ida Maki entered a room, closed the door, and spoke in their native language. Yamada-kun, how did I do today? Japanese, onmyoji Ida Maki asked proudly. Yamada Jiro flattered him, haha, Lord Ida, you're too amazing. You've deceived the two Dawn Masters, especially that pretty boy who talks about Taoism. I don't think he's suspicious at all. He's too stupid. Ida Maki smiled and said, "You're also very good. You managed to make the Emperor of Dawn agree to our conditions and hand over the island. If you do this well, I'll definitely report it to General Ashikaga and give you a big reward." Speaking of this, his smile stopped on his face and he muttered to himself worriedly, "It's just that we have to wait for another night. Will there be any accidents?" "Lord Ida, don't worry. Those Dawn Masters are useless. They only know how to predict good or bad luck and talk big. They don't know the secret of resurrection. There won't be any problems." Yamada Jiro patted his chest and guaranteed. A hint of contempt flashed in Ida Maki's eyes. He shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about those Dawn people. I'm worried about that monster, Kiko. Keep an eye on her. If she ruins General Ashikaga's plan, you won't be able to atone for it even if you have 10 lives." Hearing this, Yamada Jiro hurriedly apologized and said, "Lord Ida, don't worry. Kiko's mother has been locked up by us. As long as she doesn't want to see her mother's ghost, she won't be disobedient." Ida Masanori nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. In a room on the upper floor of the courier house, a fair-skinned and delicate Japanese boy was squatting on the bed with his arms around his knees, staring blankly at the empty space in the air. His pupils were dim and unfocused under his fringe. Suddenly, a stream of tears flowed down his cheeks. "Mom," after leaving the palace, the group of Dawn Masters dispersed first. However, a group of Dawn officials were hurriedly stopped by an assistant official sent by Ren Chiming outside the palace gate. "Lords, please wait. The junior supervisor wants you to go home first. After dinner, take a short rest, and then meet at the Celestial Commissioner's Conference Hall." Chapter 582. After a good night's sleep, Shui Rui woke up early. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the fan hanging at the head of the bed. Under the green mountains in the distance, there was a yellow river flowing quietly. The river was shallow and there was fine sand on the shore. A white shadow was faintly discernible, like a horse drinking under the moon. This was the scene he added to the bottom of the fan after he came back last night. It was the scene of the river that he and Yushu had seen last night. After a night, Ink City had dried. Shui Rui sat up from his bed and removed his fan. He admired and played with it for a while, unwilling to part with it. Only then did he ask Bauda, who was outside the door, to fetch water for him to wash up. After he changed his clothes, Shui Rui held the fan in his hand and gestured in front of the mirror. He looked at the man with a dignified appearance who was holding the dark gold fan in the mirror. He felt that even though he had collected so many fans, none of them could compare to this Mujiang fan. "Young master, you bought a new fan. Which family's handmade? Look at the good quality." Hotaku had a good eye. He was the one who packed Shui Rui's clothes. When he saw the new fan in his hand, he knew it was not a common thing. TSK, such an exquisite thing. Only a man like me is worthy of it. Shui Rui smiled and closed the fan. He was about to knock his head, but when he was about to knock his head, he retracted his hand and caressed it lovingly. "Don't talk nonsense. I told you to keep an eye on the door. If a girl comes to look for me, reply as soon as possible." "Yes, yes." Shui Rui sat down and ate his breakfast. When he thought that it was about time for someone to arrive, he saw Bauda jogging back and panting as he told him that someone had arrived. Shui Rui arrived in front of the entrance. Just like yesterday, Jiang Rui was wearing clothes made of coarse cloth, and she wore a large conical bamboo hat that covered her face. She had a tall and slender figure, and when she stood far away, it was utterly impossible to discern that she was a woman. "You're here." Seeing him, Jiang crossed her arms and raised her chin. "Do you want to go in or talk somewhere else?" Shui Rui said, let's go somewhere else. Last night, he had promised Yu Shu that she would be present when he met Jiang. Hence, he led Jiang to the Forgotten Opportunity Tower. Because there were 2 sedan chairs, there was no conversation along the way. Yu Shu was already waiting at Wangji Tower. After Jiang followed Shui Rui into the building, she looked around the courtyard and commented, this place is not bad, just a little narrow. When Shui Rui saw the maidservant standing outside the side hall on the first floor, he knew that Yu Shu was there, so he led Jiang inside. Hearing the voices outside the door, Yu Shu put away the money on the table and looked outside. Shui Rui was the first to enter the door. The 2 of them looked at each other and recalled the scene on the river last night. Their hearts were filled with sweetness. Due to the fact that there were people behind him, Shui Rui restrained the intensity in his eyes. Why are you here? Jiang came in and saw Yu Shu. She recognized that she had seen her outside the gate of the Shui family last night. She frowned and looked at Shui Rui. Who is she? Why is she here? Shui Rui introduced her to them. Shu is my sworn sister. She is not an outsider. She also knows that I have stayed in the northeast. Jiang raised her thick eyebrows and looked at Yu Shu with a scrutinizing look. Yu Shu stood up with a smile and nodded as a greeting. I am Yu Shu. Nice to meet you, Commandery Princess Chun Wei. After taking off the bamboo hat, Jiang's facial features looked more handsome. She was 1 or 2 years older than Yu Shu. They were both tall women, but Yu Shu was slender while Jiang exuded a vigorous aura. When Jiang heard how Yu Shu addressed Shui Rui, she knew that Shui Rui must have mentioned her to her last night. She slightly curled her lips and did not reply. Instead, she turned to Shui Rui and said, does that mean that my brother also has a sworn sister? Shui Rui paused for a moment. When he saw Yu Shu's perplexed expression, he told her, the Prince of Dongjing and I have become sworn brothers with different surnames. He is the older brother, and I am the younger brother. Sworn brothers were extremely righteous. Shui Rui did not need Jiang Huaying to become sworn brothers. In the future, he would also recognize Yu Shu as his sister. Yu Shu looked at Jiang's unhappy face as if she had gotten a great bargain. She secretly rolled her eyes and thought, sworn brothers and sisters? What sworn brother and sister? Did he think she was willing? Jiang was only unhappy, but she did not make things difficult. She picked a chair opposite Yu Shu and sat down. Her legs were spread out. Yu Shu saw that she did not care about trifles. She had the air of a woman in Jianghu. She was also a princess, but she was very different from Shi Wen's delicate appearance. Shui Rui also sat down. In his own territory, he did not have to worry about speaking. He then asked Jiang, does your brother know that you have come to the capital? Why? Do you think that I sneaked out? Jiang sneered at him. Without my brother's permission, how can I leave Ningdong City? Shui Rui looked thoughtful. There is no need to think about it, Jiang said. The emperor is afraid of the 200,000 troops stationed in the northeast. He is afraid that my brother will rebel one day. So he ordered mother and I to come to the capital as hostages. Such treasonous words were spoken casually by her, and Shui Rui frowned. He actually didn't hear the slightest hint of the emperor's actions. Of course, he would not say it so directly. He used the empress's mouth to summon us to the capital. A few generations ago, there was an empress in the Jiang family. Coincidentally, she was related to the current empress, Madame Rui. In terms of seniority, Jiang could call Madame Rui aunt. Such a distant family relationship was also used as an excuse. The emperor's meaning was clear. Jiang and his mother, Madame Wei, either obediently entered the capital or they did not come. Then, it would mean that he, Jiang Huaying, had disloyal intentions. In this case, before Jiang and her mother entered the capital, this matter should not be made public. Otherwise, if someone had evil intentions, they could set up an ambush on the way. If anything happened to Prince of Dongjing's mother and sister, it would be a disaster. You just arrived in the capital yesterday. Where is old madam? Mother is still on the way. She will arrive in a few days. I got rid of the escort team last night and came first. Imperial brother has a secret letter and asked me to hand it to you personally. Jiang completely ignored Yu Shu, who was also present. When she spoke, she did not hide anything. She took a bamboo tube from her waist and threw it to Shui Rui. Shui Rui raised his hand and caught it. He unscrewed the bamboo tube and took out Jiang Huaying's handwritten letter. He saw that there was a layer of wax on it. He looked up at Jiang. Jiang coldly snorted, "Don't worry. I didn't open it. I don't know what is written on it." Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He knew that Jiang Huaying's action was clearly telling him that the contents of the letter should not be revealed to Jiang. He lowered his head to read the letter. Jiang then moved her eyes to Yu Shu. Last night, they met in front of the door. She just thought that she was a passerby and didn't take it to heart. Now that she looked at her, she didn't look like the little girls who surrounded Shui Rui in the past. She looked gentle and quiet. She was not beautiful at all, but she was in good spirits. "Are you called Yu Shu?" Yu Shu was also looking at Jiang. Seeing that she suddenly spoke, she nodded and said, "Yes." "How old are you this year?" 16. Jiang smiled at her, and her expression softened. She was no longer as cold as she had been to her before. "I am a little older than you. You are quite pleasing to the eye. You can call me sister." Chapter 583. Yu Shu had to admit that she was a narrow-minded person. She still remembered how Jiang had snatched something from her last night. Even if Jiang had taken the initiative to express her goodwill, she didn't like to be led by the nose. "Thank you for your kindness, princess, but I'm the eldest sister at home. I'm used to being the eldest and don't like to call others elder sister or elder brother. You stole my things when you were in a good mood, and when you were in a good mood, you called me elder sister and younger sister. You're quite magnanimous, but I'm a vengeful person. I have to be willing to do everything." Jiang's smile disappeared. She looked at Yu Shu, who had tactfully rejected her good intentions, and her voice also turned cold. "If that's the case, then can you call Shui Qingbi elder brother?" Shui Rui had just finished reading Jiang Huaying's private letter when he suddenly heard Jiang mention his name. He looked up and saw the calm expression on Yu Shu's face. "Elder brother Shui and I have been through thick and thin together. We can talk about life and death together. Of course we are different." Shui Rui's heart skipped a beat. He folded the letter and was about to say something when he heard a hearty laugh beside him. "Ha, you're quite stubborn. You're not like those lowly people who fawn on the rich and powerful. I like you more and more." Yu Shu also smiled. She didn't dislike this Princess Jiang's straightforward temper. Shui Rui saw the two girls talking back and forth. They were full of hostility just a moment ago, but now they were smiling. He could only sigh inwardly at the fickle nature of women. "I've finished reading it." "What did Brother Wang say in the letter?" Jiang asked Shui Rui. Shui Rui put the letter away and said to her, "Your elder brother asked me to watch over you in the capital so that you don't cause trouble." Jiang didn't think much of it. "I won't attack unless I'm attacked." Shui Rui knew that it was useless to remind her, so he didn't say anything more. Jiang Huaying must have told her everything he needed to tell her before coming here, not to mention that Madame Wei was also here. In fact, in Jiang Huaying's letter, not only did he entrust him to take care of Jiang, but he also told him that a traitor had infiltrated Prince Dongjing's residence in Ningdong City. It was no longer safe for him and Shui Rui to privately pass on information. Thus, when Madame Jiang and her daughter secretly entered the capital, he didn't send a letter to Shui Rui in advance. Instead, he had Jiang carry a letter with her and pass it to him. "Where is the princess staying? Why don't you stay at Wangji Tower before Madame Wei arrives at the capital?" Yu Shu suggested. "All right," Jiang readily agreed. She then said, "Shui Dalong, this is my first time coming to the capital. Shouldn't you show your hospitality as a host?" Shui Rui didn't want Jiang to live in his place, but since Yu Shu said it first, he couldn't refuse her. So he nodded and said, "Yes, I am. I will welcome you back at noon." Jiang was delighted. She patted the armrest and stood up, saying, "I am going back to the inn to get the horses. Wait for me." After saying that, she didn't wait for Shui Rui and Jiang Huaying to send her off and left. Seeing that she had left, Shui Rui turned around and said to Yu Shu, "Jiang is a straightforward person. Jiang is a straightforward person. Although she is a bit moody, she is not a bad person. You will know after spending a few more days with her." Yu Shu raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you trying to tell me that she is not a bad person, so you don't want me to be calculative about what happened last night?" Shui Rui coughed. "I am not afraid that you will be calculative, but I am afraid that she will act rashly and accidentally injure you. She has practiced martial arts since young and is used to killing. When she fights, she doesn't hold back." Yu Shu supported her head with one hand. She wasn't scared by him at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "All right, I will not provoke her." With these words of hers, Shui Rui was at ease, and he was in the mood to take out the Mu River fan in his sleeve before he opened it and shook it. When Yu Shu saw the additional picture on the fan, her eyes lit up. She moved closer and took the fan to take a closer look. When she saw clearly that the picture on the fan was the scene of the river they swam through last night, she couldn't help but smile and praise, "It is really well drawn." There was no one outside the door. Shui Rui pulled her sleeve and pulled her to sit on his lap. He put one hand around her waist and the other hand held the fan with her. He tilted his head to look at her face and said gently, "I wanted to draw you and me on the painting, but I thought it would be too ostentatious, so I only took the river scenery. Look, this white is the Magatama, and the two black dots on it are you and me." As Yu Shu listened to his explanation, she realized that there was a small white horse by the river in the painting. There were two even smaller black dots on the horse's back. She had to move closer to her eyes to barely distinguish that it was two people. She laughed and her eyes darkened. She leaned on Shui Rui's shoulder and said softly, "I have wronged you. You are my lover, but you can only do it secretly. You can't let outsiders know. I'm the one who wronged you." Shui Rui's gaze was heavy, and he lightly pressed his chin against her forehead. "If I had enough power and influence, I would be able to protect you completely and allow you to have no worries in the future. Yet now, I can only advance step by step with you." When Yu Shu heard him taking care of her, she only felt warm. How could she think that he was not good enough? She swept away her worries and said, "You are the young and promising Shao Qing of the Supreme Court, the eldest young master of the Shui family. Among the younger generation in Anling City, who can be better than you? The eldest young master of the Shui family." Shui Rui smiled bitterly in his heart. He couldn't help holding her hand tightly. He really wanted to ask, what if he was not the eldest young master of the Shui family? That might not necessarily be the case. Isn't there a female fortune teller here who only appears once every 10 years, a young imperial lady? Shui Rui suppressed his impulse and spoke in a serious tone. Yu Shu sat on his lap with her back to him. She couldn't see Shui Rui's expression just now. Hearing his compliments, she was happy for a while. Then she pushed his arm away and got up from his arms. She tidied her clothes and said with a smile, "I didn't sleep well last night. I will go upstairs to rest for a while. You wait here for Jiang." Shui Rui also slept in the middle of the night. But he was used to staying up late, so he didn't feel tired. So he let her be. Jiang led the horse back to Wangji restaurant. Shui Rui asked people to prepare a table of dishes and wine. He and Yushu entertained her. After dinner, Jiang was very interested in going out for a walk. But Shui Rui had to go to the Supreme Court to work. So Yushu naturally became her companion. Jiang changed her coarse clothes into men's clothes. She looked like a handsome young man. It was not appropriate for Yushu to wear a skirt and wander around with her on the street. So she also changed into a barter gown in the color of green radish. The two went out. They didn't take a carriage. Instead, they strolled west along Horse Street. "Lotus Room, isn't your family also from the capital?" During lunch, Yushu took the initiative to mention this name to Jiang. She didn't want Jiang to call her sister anymore. "Yes, I'm a southerner. I came to the capital last year for the Great Yen examination." Yushu blurted out, putting the cart before the horse. In fact, she was persuaded to participate in the Grand Yen examination after she came to the capital and met Shui Rui. Jiang was surprised. "Oh, you are also a barter master." Yushu nodded and didn't say much. During lunch, it was mostly Jiang and Shui Rui who were chatting. She didn't say much. Jiang didn't ask her much, so how would she know her background? Unexpectedly, Jiang's eyes lit up when she saw her nod. She pulled her and said, "Then you should know how to gamble. Let's go. Take me to a place to see what the big gambling houses in the capital look like." On the other side, the Supreme Court. Shui Rui was buried in a pile of files. Suddenly, his nose felt itchy. He rubbed it and remembered something. He slapped his forehead. Chapter 584. In the heyday of Dawn, the imperial court did not prohibit gambling. The gambling industry in Anling was very developed, and there were no less than 100 large and small gambling houses. However, there was a clear rule that gambling was strictly prohibited in the gambling houses in the south of the city. Therefore, if the masters wanted to play, they could only choose a place in the north of the city. Yushu agreed to Jiang Mia's request and took her to Qinyuan Street. There was a section of this street that ran through the capital, full of gambling houses and restaurants. It was very lively day and night. The key was that it was near two big gambling houses. Thanks to the two families, there were city guards patrolling every day, and the security was very good. When Jiang Mia saw so many gambling houses open, she almost had the word "excited" written on her face. "Lotus Room, which house do you often practice in?" Although Yushu could gamble, she was not a gambler. Therefore, she did not know much about the gambling houses in the capital, so she shook her head and said, "I don't gamble often, and it's my first time here." Jiang Mia only thought that she was a novice, so she raised her eyebrows and stopped asking. She looked around and finally pointed to a 3-story building across the street and said, "Then let's go to this one. The shop is big, and the gambling house is also big." Yushu looked in the direction of her finger and saw a flag hanging next to the gambling house's signboard. The flag was embroidered with the word Chui. "Is this the gambling house of the Chui family?" She muttered to herself and followed Jiang Mia to the opposite side. The first floor was a place for ordinary gamblers to play. There were all kinds of people, so it was inevitable that there was a foul atmosphere. When Yushu and Jiang Mia entered the door, a waiter saw them. Seeing that Yushu was dressed as a dealer, he came forward. "Gentlemen, you look unfamiliar. I don't recognize the two of you. Are you here to bet on the big picture?" Ordinary gambling, such as dice, pai gao, and Shuanglu, had a minimum of 2 copper coins. You could place a bet, but gambling was easy. Usually, the gamblers would bet with real money. Gambling was easy. It was also called gambling on the big picture. Yushu did not say anything and looked at Jiang Mia. The latter shook her sleeves and a golden light flashed. Cut the crap. Bring him upstairs. The waiter quickly caught it. When he looked down, he saw a peanut-sized golden bean in his palm. He was pleasantly surprised. He quickly bowed and led them up the stairs. They passed by the 2nd floor. He didn't stop. The worker who led the way greeted the guards upstairs. He led them straight up. The waiter turned his head and introduced, "Sirs, our casino has a total of 3 floors. There's no need to talk about the bottom floor. The 2nd floor was divided into 2 halves. One half was for trading. Half of them were places for rich men to gamble. As for the 3rd floor, just the gambling alone is played in a different way every day. I'm not boasting, but the bankers here are all famous Master E on the Great Yen list. There's no such thing as cheating, so please enjoy yourselves." At the foot of the capital city, although Master E wasn't a valuable person, his status was still a notch higher than others. For him to come to a gambling house to preside over a gambling house seemed like a waste of his talents. However, it was a different story for a gambling house with the backing of the Great Exchange Hall. There were 12 aristocratic families in Anling, and they had accumulated their wealth for generations. Half of them came from the open and above-board gambling, while the other half came from this casino. There were few bad gamblers in Anling. There was a saying, 10 gambles, 6 trades. This meant that out of 10 gamblers, more than half of them learned how to trade. How many of the gamblers came from poor families? These people relied on fortune-telling and all sorts of methods to earn money. They would then go to the casino to have a good time. In the end, the money would flow into the pockets of the aristocratic families. Therefore, it was not surprising that a gambling house under the name of an aristocratic family would have a Master E host the gambling session. On the 3rd floor, there was a row of fan screens in front of them. In feng shui, it was a very particular way to attract wealth. The screens had to be made of metal and stone. There couldn't be any wood mixed in. Otherwise, the wind would blow. The shop assistant brought them here and pointed to the bamboo curtains behind the screens. He said softly, "This way please, I'll take my leave first." Yushu took a few more glances at the natural scenery on the marble screens. She followed Mr. Jiang into the room. Behind the screen curtains, it was very different from what Yushu imagined. There were no gambling tables or walls, and there was no weather forecast. There were tea tables on 3 sides. The windows were bright and the tables were clean. There were ink paintings hanging on the walls and incense burners on the ground. White smoke rose in spirals. It didn't look like a gambling place, but more like a scholars' tea party. There were about 25 or 26 people at the table. There were still a few empty seats. Mr. Jiang and Yushu picked an inconspicuous seat and sat down. Only then did Yushu see that there were paper and ink on the tea table, a few simple divination tools, an abacus, an 8 trigrams compass, and 3 empty cups of the same size. She didn't know what they were used for. A little old man in a red gown sitting at the next table looked at the 2 young people. He held a teacup and said with a smile, "Young people, you came at the right time." The banker went to the back to calculate the chips after the game. He will come out soon. Yushu nodded. Mr. Jiang asked with great interest, "I'm new to this place and don't know the trade. Can you tell me how the gambling works here?" "Hee, it's easy. Young people don't have to worry. The Chui family's gambling house changes its gambling method every day. Today's gambling is easier. There's a name for it. It's called guessing in the urn. What is guessing in the urn? Do you see the 3 cups on the table? These are urns. Ours is called open urns. The proposition of the previous game is fruits. There are 12 kinds of fruits, such as apples, pears, plums, walnuts, etc. The banker has 12 hidden urns, which the guests can't see. At the beginning, the banker chooses 3 hidden urns. The guests place their bets. For every 1 or 2 bets, they can move the hidden urn once, replacing one of the 3 chosen by the banker. Every time they move it, they will add 1 tael of silver. In the end, if no one places a bet, the bets will be taken. After that, it depends on your ability. The guests use various means to guess the wang, write it down on a piece of paper, and put it in the open urn on the table without moving. After all the bets are taken out, the banker has 3 hidden urns, the gamblers have 3 open urns. Finally, the banker opens the hidden urn, and the guests have 3 open urns. If you win 1, you will get 1% of the bet. If you win 2, you will get 10% of the bet. If you win all 3, TSK, then you will get 100% of the bet. Not only will you win the entire game, but you will also get the 12 hidden urns in the banker's hands. You must know that the proposition of the hidden urns are all melted with real money. When Yushu heard this gambling method, she laughed. This guessing urns was clearly a simplified manual version of a slot machine. The gambling was based on probability. The probability of each of the 12 hidden urns appearing was 1/12. In the end, the probability of guessing all 3 urns correctly was less than 1%. On the other hand, the probability of the banker losing money was so small that it was negligible. Do you understand? Jiang Mia asked Yushu. I think I understand. Yushu's reply was half a beat slow as she silently calculated the probability in her heart. However, Jiang Mia joked, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just watch me gamble. Yushu was quite surprised. She originally thought that Jiang Mia brought her here to gamble for her, the master, to give her an idea. Why did it sound like she was just a decoration? But she didn't hear Shui Rui mention that Princess Chun Wei had also learned how to gamble. Jiang Mia turned her head to talk to the old man next door, asking about the other gambling methods in this gambling house. At this time, a small door on the west side opened. 4 boys walked out first, followed by a young man with a fair and clean face. He wore a black robe with a long veil over it. The banker has come out. When Yushu heard the old man's voice, she turned her head to look and was stunned for a moment. This person wasn't. There were many guests present, so the black-robed banker didn't notice that there were a few new guests. He stood in front of a long table and cupped his hands to the crowd. Everyone has waited for a long time. Let's talk about the rules first. Jiang Mia noticed that Yushu's expression wasn't right. She poked her across the table. What's wrong? Yushu hesitated for a moment, then leaned over and whispered, the banker is a young lady from the Chui family. Her name is Chui Axian. Although Yushu had only seen Chui Axian once at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet, she had a deep impression of this young lady who was said to be Ji Xingxuan's good sister when she was alive. She was in cahoots with Princess Shiwen and dared to defecate on her. Oh, there was also her younger sister, Chui Yun, who owed her a slap. Was this what it meant to be enemies on a narrow road? Chui family, 12 prefectures. Yes. Jiang Mia asked strangely, why is a young lady from an aristocratic family acting as a banker in a gambling house? Yushu looked pensive and didn't say anything. Chui Axian didn't know that someone had recognized her. After explaining the rules, she clapped her hands and the 4 boys behind her placed the 12 hidden jars on the long table one by one. The theme of this round is the 12 zodiac animals. There are 12 golden portraits in the jars, and each one is worth 4 taels of gold. Our rules remain the same. If someone can win 3 jars, this set of golden portraits will belong to that person. 1 tael of rotten gold and 10 taels of snowflake silver. This set of objects was worth at least 500 taels. Yu Shu calculated. As a 5th-rank official, her monthly salary was only 50 taels. It was no wonder that so many businessmen liked to come to gambling houses. Gamblers relied on cheating and luck, but they had more tricks up their sleeves. If they dared to win a round, they wouldn't have to worry about money. You have some skill. Jiang Mia patted the armrest of her chair, looking eager to try. Yu Shu had to admit that her heart was also itching. She had earned a lot of money from the crystals, but it was all in Pei Jing's hands and she hadn't withdrawn a single sum. The mansion in the north of the city had been repaired, but it was still lacking in flowers, birds, fish, stones, and feng shui. She also needed to buy a few strong martial arts guards from the Ministry of Offerings. She was short of money everywhere. As she thought of this, she reached for her waist. The next moment, the corner of her mouth froze. Damn it, I went out to change my clothes and forgot to take my purse. Jiang Mia was completely unaware of the struggle in Yu Shu's heart. She stared at the banker who had chosen 3 jars from the 12 and placed them on the table. She was the first to stand up and throw a golden walnut into the boy's tray. She pointed at the 3 jars in front of her and said, "Place your bet. Change all 3 for me." Chapter 585. Cui Axian recognized Yu Shu, and a strange look flashed through her eyes. She thought about the reason why she had personally stayed in the gambling house for the past 2 days. In the final analysis, it was this female fortune-teller's credit. There was a treasure house on Qinyuan Street that recently sold a kind of feng shui pendant called crystal. It was said that this kind of rare gemstone, after being nurtured by the fortune-teller, had a unique and miraculous effect. Among them, there was a kind of yellow crystal, which could be worn close to the body. It could bring fortune to people, so any small piece could be sold at a high price of hundreds of taels of silver. Originally, the large gambling house and the crystal trade did not interfere with each other's business. However, the bad thing was that some quick-witted buyers would come to the large gambling house to gamble after buying the topaz. In one day, 9 out of 10 games were won, and for 3 days in a row, they gambled away tens of thousands of taels of silver. This big gambling house lost a month's business. If this happened a few more times, they would have to close down. The manager of the gambling house reported this matter with fear and trepidation. Second Master Cui realized the seriousness of the situation and persuaded the old Master Cui. So the next day, Cui Axian was sent to hold the fort. As for why Cui Axian was sent here, it had to mention the secret of the Cui family, spirit speech. Since they couldn't drive out the customers wearing topaz, they could only suppress it. Others might not be able to do it, but Cui Axian, who could read people's minds, could. For example, in this round of urn guessing, Cui Axian first chose 3 of the 12 zodiac animals from the dark urns. When a customer placed a bet and came forward to choose a replacement, she only needed to listen to their words to know which portrait they wanted or did not want. If the customer was wearing a topaz, she only needed to make sure that one of the 3 hidden jars on the counter contained the portrait that the customer did not want when the customer left his hand after the purchase was made. As the banker, she couldn't move the hidden urns, so how could she guarantee? What a joke. Which gambling house didn't have a swindler? These 12 jars were all marked. Among the guests on the 3rd floor, one of them was an imposter from the casino. When the game started, they just needed to look at her eyes and move the jars. Cui Axian had been here since yesterday. Using this strategy, she smoothly sent away the 2 gamblers who had come to fish in troubled waters wearing topaz, causing them to lose all their money. Today, those 2 people were sensible enough not to come again. She thought that she could have a peaceful day. Who would have thought that Yushu, the main culprit, would deliver herself to the door? Cui Xian's eyes flickered as she quickly sized up Yushu with an idea in her mind. He turned his attention to the woman who was placing her bet. She seemed to be Yu Lianfang's companion. Although she was dressed in men's clothing and had a tall stature, it was obvious that she came from a rich and noble family. She looked very unfamiliar. Such a generous person, when was there such a person in Anling City? Jiang Mia placed her bet. She wasn't in a hurry to replace the 3 jars on the table. Instead, she propped up her chin with one hand and looked at the remaining 9 jars on the long table, seemingly in the midst of choosing. At this moment, a few more gamblers left the table and stood behind Jiang Mia, waiting to place their bets. Some of them were talkative and even gave suggestions. They pointed at this and that and said yes. Jiang Mia frowned and ignored all of them. Seeing this, Cui Xian smiled and said, "Customer, have you chosen? Which ones do you want to move?" Jiang Mia didn't know that Cui Xian was luring her to talk. She pointed at the long table and said, this one, and this one. Cui Xian's hands didn't move, but the boy behind her stepped forward. He replaced the 3 jars that Jiang Mia had chosen with the 3 jars on the table. Following that, another gambler stepped forward and moved one of the jars. Because it was the 4th time that it was moved, the bet also became 4 taels of silver. Jiang Mia took 2 steps to the side but didn't leave. Instead, she focused her attention on the 3 jars that she had chosen at the beginning. The bets on the plate became bigger and bigger. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a tray was piled up. Of the 20 or so guests present, other than Yushu, almost everyone had placed their bets. The minimum bet was 3 to 5 taels of silver, and the maximum bet was dozens of taels of silver. As time went on, the bets needed to move the jars became bigger and bigger. In the end, when it was 50 taels of silver per move, most of the gamblers around the long table had returned to their seats. Only Jiang Mia was left. Only then did she slap a banknote on the table and straightforwardly said, "Exchange all 3 of them for me." She pointed her finger. If someone paid attention, they would realize that these were the 3 jars that she had chosen at the beginning. Cui Xian's expression didn't change, but she was extremely shocked. This was because she had used her spirit language to discern that there were 2 of the 3 jars that the other party had chosen on the table right now. Cui Xian immediately determined that the companion that Yushu had brought along most likely had a yellow crystal pendant on him. Good timing. Cui Xian secretly sneered. Is there anyone else who wants to place a bet? Jiang Mia looked around with her hands behind her back. She had the aura that no matter who moved the jars on the table, she would move them back in the same place. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They thought that even if a rich guest came, they wouldn't have the intention to go up and gamble. Thus, they quietened down. When Cui Xian saw how extravagant Jiang Mia was, her eyes lit up again. "I'm not afraid of you gambling well, but I'm afraid that you're not good at it." Yushu had been sitting in the corner and watching coldly. She was puzzled. Does this royal princess Jiang really have some skills, or does she not care about money at all? The swindler, who had been placed among the guests, looked at Cui Xian with a questioning look in his eyes. However, Cui Xian didn't give him any extra looks. She picked up the bell on the table and shook it twice. Since no one is placing a bet, then it's time to place your bets. As soon as the bell rang, the gamblers who had just placed their bets began to move on the spot. Those who counted the sticks, those who dialed the dice, each of them used their supernatural powers to divine which 3 portraits were hidden in the 3 dark jars on the table. Taking advantage of this time, Cui Xian also asked a servant to take out a small scale and counted the bets on the tray in front of everyone. Yushu saw Jiang Mia take out a pen, write 3 notes, and stuff them into the jars on the table. Then, she sat down and drank her tea. She couldn't help but ask, "How confident are you?" Jiang Mia seemed to be in a good mood. She tilted her head and said, "When I gamble, I only win and never lose. If I lose, there's only one possibility." "What?" "There's a swindler in the casino." Yushu couldn't help but laugh. What kind of logic was this? She won legitimately, but if she lost, it had to be someone else who cheated. "You don't believe me?" Yushu didn't deny it. She only said, "It seems that your luck is very good." She touched the 2 extra topaz beads she wore under her sleeves. She thought that since Jiang Mia was so confident, there was no need for her to do anything unnecessary. Soon, the banker calculated the bets for this round. There were 1,378 taels, not counting any excess. After placing your bets, please place the jars on the table properly. If you move them, it will be regarded as cheating. I hope you won't break the rules. Don't make things difficult for me. Cui Axian rang the bell for the second time as a warning. Seeing that all the gamblers stopped, she took a copper hammer from the boy and said, "This round is full of bets. If you win 1 jar, you win 13 taels. If you win 2 jars, you win 137 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you win 137 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you win the banker." In addition to the entire bet, there's also a set of 12 pure gold portraits as compensation. The first jar, open. As soon as she finished speaking, she knocked open the first jar on the table with the hammer. From the broken pieces of pottery, a 2-inch tall golden elephant was revealed. The boy stepped forward and showed it to all the gamblers. It was a tiger statue. Voices rose and fell. There were a few who guessed correctly. The second jar, open. It was a rat statue. There was a chorus of hisses. The third jar, open. It was a monkey statue. Some of the gamblers' faces turned ugly. Obviously, they had placed a big bet. Another one didn't win. A tiger, a rat, and a monkey. The gamblers, please stand up. I'll go forward and check the jar. Yushu looked around. Only 3 people stood up. It seemed that only one of them had one. When she turned her head again, she saw the person next to her standing up. Yushu was more or less surprised. She had guessed correctly. So she asked, "Which one did you guess correctly?" Jiang Mia tilted her neck and twirled her hair with one hand. "Guess." Yushu shook her head. She hoped that Jiang Mia would win all 3 so that Cui Axian, the banker, would lose money. After a while, Cui Axian checked the 3 gamblers. All of them had won the same jar. The boy carried a silver plate and returned the money on the spot. Even the money they had bet was returned. There was no mistake. When Cui Axian came in front of Yushu and Jiang Mia, the former first cupped her hands and said, "Mr. Yu, do you have time today?" She understood that she did not reveal Yushu's identity. Otherwise, she would not be able to continue today's game. Because Jiang Mia heard that the banker was a young miss from one of the 12 prefectures, she saw that she was so polite to Yushu. She looked at Yushu strangely. Could it be that the younger sister that Shweta Lang recognized was not just a showisher? Yushu sat upright and did not move. After receiving Cui Axian's greeting, she did not frown at her coldly like an enemy. She only said lightly, "I'm here to accompany my friend to play. You do what you need to do, don't worry about me." Cui Axian tactfully turned to Jiang Mia and said with a smile, "This gentleman has good luck. How many did you win?" Jiang Mia waved her hand, "Can't you see for yourself?" Cui Axian did not care about her bad attitude. She picked up the jar on the table and opened it. Congratulations, you won 2 jars. Chui Axayan checked the 3 notes and took the banknotes and taels from the boy and placed them on Jiang Mia's table. This is your winnings of 137 taels, plus your bet of 159 taels. It was rare to win 2 jars. Hearing this, the gamblers at the scene looked at Jiang Mia with envy. The old man next door gave a thumbs up and said, "Little brother has some skill." Chui Axian left the gambling money and retreated to the back to count the chips. Jiang Mia won money, but she did not look happy. When Yushu asked her, she replied, "I thought I would win all of them." That set of small golden zodiac statues was not bad. It would be nice to win it and give it to Shweta Lang as a birthday present. When Yushu heard this, she could not help but remember some unhappy things. When she looked at Jiang Mia again, she suddenly felt displeased. "Since you've won money, are we leaving?" Asking her to watch others win money was really boring. "Leave?" The corner of Jiang Mia's mouth curled up. She looked at the nearby gambling table that was being cleaned up and narrowed her eyes. "Didn't Shweta Lang tell you? Once I enter the gambling house, if I don't win until the owner cries, I definitely won't leave." At the back of the gambling house, Chui Axian sat and drank a mouthful of tea. She ordered the steward standing in front of her and said unhurriedly, "The people outside are here to cause trouble. Go and get a few more sets of metal tools. Today, I want to make a set so that they will lose so much that they won't even be able to leave this door." Chapter 586. The words of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Lord Li, revealed the identity of the condemned criminal, and also verified Abe's words. This condemned criminal had been arranged by the Ministry of Justice at the last minute. It was the first time those Wei Nation people had seen a corpse, so how could they recognize his name? Furthermore, they could accurately state the crimes the condemned criminal had committed when he was alive. It was simply unimaginable. There was only one explanation that made sense: the condemned criminal had come back to life in that dog's body. Witnessing this with their own eyes, looking at the restless dog in the cage, the atmosphere in the main hall instantly became strange. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Emperor Zhao Qing's eyes moved back and forth between the cage and the Japanese youth. Suddenly, he asked, "You can bring a dead person back to life in a dog's body. Can you also bring him back to life in a human's body?" Abe actually only knew some simple official language. When she heard the emperor's question, she turned her head to look at Yamada Jiro with hesitation. However, Yamada Jiro didn't translate for her. Instead, he answered Emperor Zhao Qing's question, "I can, but to bring a dead person back to life in a living person's body, that living person has to die first. Moreover, casting a spell on a living person isn't as easy as casting a spell on a dog's body. This is because animals don't have complete intelligence, so it's easier for them to accept a human soul. However, a living person has a complete soul. Unless you first turn him into an idiot, then you can cast a spell in his sleep and change a dead person's body." After hearing his explanation, Emperor Zhao Qing's eyebrows rose up high. With a thought-provoking expression, he looked at the Japanese youth who could bring the dead back to life. Under her seat, Yushu's heartbeat was abnormal under her calm appearance. A dead person's soul coming back to life in a living person's body. Wasn't this kind of strange thing a true portrayal of her own experience? She didn't believe that a tuft of hair or a candle could summon a soul and bring a dead person back to life. However, when she looked at the peculiar Japanese youth, she recalled the gaze he had looked at her during the Water and Continent Conference yesterday. That uncomfortable feeling was as if someone had seen through her. Could it be that he could tell that the thing in her body wasn't the original? No, impossible. How could this be possible? Yushu quickly denied this thought, telling herself not to scare herself. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Anling City. If someone could tell that she was up to no good, they would have done so a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? If that's the case, why can't he bring the dead back to life in his own body? Why must he occupy someone else's body? This doubt came from the imperial astronomer. The one who spoke was none other than junior eunuch Ren, who had been busy the entire night. Well. Yamada Jiro rolled his eyes. I've heard Ape Sama mention it before. In the eyes of a powerful onmyoji like her, there's something called ki in a living person's body. Once a person's body runs out of ki, they'll become a dead person. Their soul will leave their body. If they want to come back from the dead, they'll have to find a new body with ki. They can't use a body without ki. Hearing this, Yushu rubbed her chin thoughtfully as she looked at the young yin-yang master, who had his head lowered in silence. What do you mean by bringing the dead back to life? In this old man's opinion, this is clearly a trick used by the people of the Jianghu. It's fine to use it to deceive people, but how can it be taken seriously? The white-haired Duke of Jing snorted coldly. He was an important minister of the previous emperor, and had performed many meritorious deeds. When the current emperor first ascended to the throne, he single-handedly quelled a few rebellious ministers. Although he had no military power now, Emperor Zhao Qing had always treated him generously. If it was anyone else who dared to speak so casually in front of the emperor, they would have long been glared at by the emperor. But at this moment, Emperor Zhao Qing only looked at him with a smile, and did not speak. The Celestial Commissioner immediately agreed. Duke Jinghua is right. This lowly official thinks that the so-called resurrection of the dead by this Japanese warlock is more like a crooked method used by the devil to harm people. How dare they use this to deceive the emperor? They deserve to be punished. Xayanya had suffered a loss at the hands of this Japanese yesterday. How could she let go of the chance to ridicule him today? Furthermore, Ren Qiming had already spoken in the morning. She would find fault if she could. As soon as he spoke, the Celestial Commissioner's side became lively. They started pointing out one thing after another, all of them saying the same thing: it's fake. Before we entered the palace, we were all prepared. No matter how real your magic looks, we can't admit it. There's a saying that 3 people make a tiger. It's fine if one person didn't believe it, but when a whole group of people put on a disapproving look, those who were shocked at the start started to doubt the authenticity of the spell. The Celestial Commissioner's voice was unanimous. Even the E-masters behind him didn't support the Japanese. The words, "I don't believe it," were written on their faces. Even Emperor Zhao Qing's eyes were not as fiery as before. Yushu looked at this scene and really wanted to laugh. What was this called? That's right, the home advantage. Emperor De and is wise. Yamada Jiro probably didn't expect that these people would lie with their eyes open. He immediately showed an expression of being humiliated. He knelt down in front of Emperor Zhao Qing with a red face and neck. I came to pay my respects to your majesty with sincerity. These 2 onmyoji are precious to our country. They are comparable to tens of thousands of troops. Yesterday, Lord Ida used magic to summon rain. Today, Lord A brought the dead back to life. Your majesty saw it with your own eyes. How can it be fake? I think some people are unwilling to admit that their skills are not as good as others. Today, there are envoys from other countries here. Aren't some people afraid that people will say that the E-masters of Yurda and are narrow-minded? In addition to Japan, there were also several small countries, such as Siam and Korea. They could understand Chinese and were indeed shocked by Abe's skill. At this time, although they didn't help the Japanese envoys, it could be seen from their faces that their thoughts were probably the same as the Japanese envoys. They thought that the De dynasty was going to bully others. Emperor Zhao Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at the Japanese envoys who knelt down in front of him. There was some coldness in his eyes. Yamada Jiro, on the other hand, was so focused on achieving his goal that he didn't realize it. He only cared about defending himself and indignantly said to the imperial astronomer, "You keep saying that our yin-yang technique is a lie. Then, may the Yi masters of your country explain clearly which part of it is a lie. If they can't, please don't slander us." Yushu had to praise this Japanese man for his good Chinese. He could even use such an appropriate idiom as slander. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Commissioner was waiting for him to say this. Humph. This time, it was Chao Zuoling who snorted. "Yesterday, we didn't expose you because we wanted to show our leniency. Now, you think that we, the Celestial Commissioner, have no one." Then, he turned his head and said to Jing Qin, "Thank you, Dozi Bai." Jing Qin nodded. He was already prepared. He stood up calmly and bowed to the throne, ignoring Yamada Jiro's clamor. He said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Emperor Zhao Qing was naturally amiable towards Jing Qin. "Feel free to speak your mind." Yesterday, the Onmyoji from Japan performed the Onmyoji summoning wind and rain. It was amazing. However, there are some people in the Dan Kingdom who can do this. Oh. Emperor Zhao Qing was interested. When did such a talent appear? Why didn't I know about it? Jing Qin explained, "Actually, it's not difficult. As long as one can accurately predict the weather of that day and make preparations in advance, anyone can summon the wind and rain. If I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to try and verify its authenticity." When Emperor Zhao Qing heard this, he was a little disappointed. He really hoped that Dan had a Master Yi who could summon the wind and rain. If there was a drought or water shortage, he could send someone there with a wave of his hand. Even disaster relief would not be needed. If there was such an extraordinary person, he could use an uninhabited island to return the disaster. Why not? When Yamada Jiro heard Jing Chen's words, he was stunned for a moment. Panic flashed across his face, but he still bluffed and said, "It's easy for you to say. Then please summon the rain and let us see if it's true." Jing Chen looked out of the hall and thought about the speculation of the Master Yi in the morning. He couldn't help but turn back and look at Yushu who was sitting below. He saw that she was holding a teacup and watching the show calmly, without any hint. Yamada Jiro misunderstood his action and thought that he wanted to stall for time. He hurriedly said, "Don't you want to summon the rain? Let me make it clear first. Yesterday, it only took an incense stick of time for Master Xiangtian to summon the rain. Don't try to fool us. If it takes too long, even if it rains, it won't be summoned by you." After saying this, he put on a pleading expression and looked at Emperor Zhao Qing. Emperor Zhao Qing also hated this Donging envoy for not being sensible. He was probably very confident in his nephew. Without saying anything, he ordered the servant, "Go get an incense stick and light it." The people on the Celestial Commissioner's side who knew the situation more or less showed a worried expression. However, there was no turning back. Jing Chen didn't want to argue. He took a step and turned to walk out of the hall. His back was slender and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The figure of his back was imprinted in the eyes of others. He was like an immortal returning with the wind. In an instant, it made the hundreds of Master Yi inexplicably more confident and hopeful. Yushu, on the other hand, looked at Jing Chen's back as he disappeared outside the palace gates and shook her head lightly. The Grand Tester, who was sitting at the head of the table, turned his head and glanced at her, but no one noticed. After Jing Chen went out, everyone stared at the incense stick. Probably the Celestial Commissioner and the other Master Yi officials had never been so united as today. They all hoped that God would do them a favor and not doze off at this critical moment. Buzz, 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 a deep bell rang in the distance, echoing up and down the Fengqing Palace. It was just the evening and the summer sun was setting in the west. The incense stick burned very fast. It didn't seem to have been burning for a long time. It was only as thick as a thumb, but it was still calm outside the hole. There was no sign of a storm. Until the last bit of incense ashes scattered into furnace dust, there was no rain. The celestial commissioner was silent. Yamada Jiro's face was filled with joy. He smiled proudly at the other side and then knelt down in front of Emperor Zhao Qing. Your Majesty, what else do the Master Yi of the Holy Dynasty have to say? Emperor Zhao Qing looked in the direction of the celestial commissioner expressionlessly. Only those who were familiar with the temperament of this emperor who had been on the throne for more than a decade knew that this was a sign of his anger. The great commissioner, who bore the brunt of the anger, stood up slowly and knelt down calmly. I have failed in my duty. His kneeling was very serious. The celestial commissioner and the others all stood up and knelt down along with him. I have sinned. Yamada Jiro didn't know that he had angered the emperor. He was just proud that he had the upper hand. He asked Emperor Zhao Qing. Your Majesty, please honor the agreement. My country will exchange the island with 2 on my Ojas. Chapter 587. Arriving at the second watch, begging for fan votes and recommendation votes, unknowingly, night fell. The candles at the corner of the window were lit. It was already dinner time. The 32 seats on the 3rd floor of the Chui family's gambling den were all filled. No one left early. In front of the gambling table, Jiang Mia and a small old man stood at the 2 ends of the table, each placing their bets. Seeing that the pot on the table had already increased to 300 taels of silver, and the 12 silver plates on the long table were filled with gold and silver notes at some point in time, the gambler's blood began to boil. Yu Shu did a rough calculation. The bet for this round had reached at least 40,000 taels of silver. Sima Ji's 12 flower treasures were very tempting. In order to win, the gamblers opened their pockets one after another. The lowest bet was 100, and the highest bet was 1,000 taels of silver. Right now, only Jiang Mia and the swindler were competing with each other. This one, move. That one, move. Move. Jiang Mia was smart, but the swindler was quite difficult to deal with. He forced her to place a bet of nearly 10,000 taels, and he also put in 10,000 taels of silver. Looking at the silver notes falling on the table like snowflakes, Jiang Mia still showed no signs of stopping. Although Yu Shu knew that she already had a plan, she still felt worried for her. While Yu Shu was worried, Jiang Mia was so excited that her cheeks turned red. From her point of view, the bigger the bet, the higher her chances of winning. Chui Axian looked coldly at Jiang Mia, who had taken the bait. Her fingers hidden in her sleeves kept changing their movements. Only the swindler could see what she was doing through the dark-colored cloth. According to her instructions, he placed his bets one by one, moving the 9 hidden urns on the long table. Sometimes it was 1, sometimes it was 2. Gradually, Jiang Mia sensed that something was wrong. She did not have much money left. At most, she could place 2 more bets. However, she could not gather the 3 hidden urns she wanted. It was as if this swindler knew what she wanted and was deliberately keeping her in suspense, not letting her get what she wanted. How could it be? Jiang Mia shook off this strange thought. She watched as the swindler placed 2 more bets. Out of the 3 hidden urns on the table, there was only one that she was interested in. She gritted her teeth and put down the last 2 bets. It moved. Then, the swindler also placed a bet. Jiang Qia's face stiffened as she watched the 3 jars on the table being replaced with the ones she didn't want. At this moment, she was out of money. Nothing could be worse than this. Even if she only guessed one right in the end, the banker would have to return the bets she had placed earlier to her. But now that she had missed a single one, she would end up losing everything. She had really underestimated the Zhuang clan here. Jiang Qia's face suddenly darkened. Did he think that by forcing her like this, she would just let it go? Dream on. Young man, do you still want to place a bet? Old Qian asked with a smile. When Yushu saw that Jiang Mia's face didn't look good, her heart skipped a beat. It can't be, right? That's not right, the probability is not right. With Jiang Qia's luck, those 9 jars should have been filled long ago. How could she have used up 10,000 taels of silver and still not come across any? Yushu furrowed her brows. She felt that there must be something fishy going on here that she didn't expect. What could it be? I don't have any cash left. Can you bet something here? Jiang Ye asked coldly. Cui Axian lowered her head and pursed her lips. When she raised her head, she revealed an appropriate smile. There are rules, but it depends on what Mr. Hua is betting. If it isn't worth more than 1,000 taels of silver, we won't accept it. Jiang Ye shook her hand and took out a piece of paper from her bosom. She handed it to Cui Axian. What is this? You should recognize it. At first glance, Cui Axian saw that it was a deed for a house. When she took a closer look, she was immediately shocked. She saw a line of black and white words written on it, Huading Street, Chaoyang Residence, 45 mu of land. What kind of place was Huading Street? It was a street close to the imperial city. There were only 7 or 8 households on the street, and all of them were mansions of princes and ministers. Let's put it this way. The residence of the left minister, Yin Tianho, was built on Huading Street. Cui Axian came from an aristocratic family, so she could naturally tell that the deed was genuine. However, 45 mu of land was almost the size of a prince's residence. What kind of noble status did this woman have to be able to take out such a deed? How much can you bet on this piece of paper? Jiang Qia casually took out the deed to the prince's residence that Jiang Huaying had given her before she came to the capital as the stake. Not only was she a gambling addict, but she was also giving this young miss of the Cui family a warning. If she knew what was good for her, she should not provoke her. Cui Axian was a slick person. How could she not understand Jiang Qia's intentions? She held the deed that couldn't be valued inside. She quickly came up with a plan. She hid her shocked expression and said to Jiang Ye. According to the rules of the casino, this deed is worth 200,000 taels. The moment she finished speaking, everyone was shocked. A piece of paper was worth 200,000 taels, and this was after the discount. She must be joking. Only Yushu knew Jiang Qia's identity. Although she couldn't see what Jiang Qia gave Cui Axian, she guessed that it was the deed to the house and the land. TSK, 200,000 taels for a bet. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Yushu muttered to herself. She recalled the days when she was in Yang, where she worked herself to the bone just to earn a few copper coins. Now that she saw how Mr. Jiang didn't care about money, she couldn't help but feel a little unfair. How was Cui Axian going to deal with this? Yushu gloated. If Jiang Qia lost, she would be offending her. If Jiang Qia won, she would lose a lot of money if she won all 3 jars. 200,000 it is. Continue betting. Jiang Qia waved her hand and pointed at the jars on the table. It seemed like she would not stop until the 200,000 taels were spent. Cui Axian quickly exchanged glances with the swindler. The latter understood and took out the last banknote and placed it on the table. He smiled bitterly at Jiang Qia and said, "This old man will only bet this 1,000 taels. I'll bet it all." After saying that, he had the servant change the jars on the table. He turned around and walked away. He had made up his mind and left. Thus, what was supposed to be a big bet ended so hastily. In the corner, Yushu secretly felt that it was a pity. If Cui Axayan had been more stubborn and not scared by Jiang Qia, she would have been able to take the opportunity to make a lot of money. With 200,000 taels, even if she only won one by chance, she would have gotten 2,000 taels. Forget it. She was too greedy. Winning a few hundred taels was also not bad. Jiang Qia raised her eyebrows and smiled. The gloominess on her face disappeared and she placed another bet. When she saw that the 3 jars on the table were all changed to the one she wanted, she was satisfied and returned to her seat with her hands behind her back. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She turned to Yushu and said, "Did I say anything wrong?" "What did you say? Are you going to make the boss cry?" Yushu asked in return. She shook her head and pointed at Cui Axayan, who was calmly ringing the bell behind the table. She wanted Jiang Qia to see for herself. "Humph. You will know whether she will cry or not when the jars are opened later." Although Jiang Qia said that, she did not have full confidence that she would win all 3 jars. She could only be certain that she would not lose. After placing their bets, the gamblers began to busy themselves with the huge wagers on the 10 silver trays. They divined the truth of the 3 hidden jars with all their might, hoping to make a big profit. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the banker calculated the wager for this round. It was a total of 63,500 taels. When Cui Axayan announced this sum, Yushu could clearly hear the sound of someone swallowing their saliva. The banker rang the bell for the 3rd time. Everyone placed the jars on the table and sat down obediently, waiting for the results. This round is full of bets. If you win 1 jar, you will win 635 taels. If you win 2 jars, you will win 6,350 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you will win the banker. Other than the wager, you will also win Sima Ji's famous work, 12 Flowers. After Cui Axayan finished her words in one breath, she aimed the hammer at the jars. At this moment, it was not that she did not want to give up. But since things had already come to this, she could only ensure that Jiang Qia would not guess all 3 jars. First jar, open. The pottery piece shattered, revealing a piece of jade wrapped in gauze. It was about the size of a fist. The boy opened the gauze, revealing its true appearance. Everyone's eyes widened. Someone shouted, "It's a lilac flower." The lilac flower carved from purple jade looked extremely charming under the candlelight. Jiang Qia's lips curled up. Yushu also smiled. She had earned 600 taels of silver. Cui Axayan was very clear what Jiang Qia and Yushu had chosen. She took a deep breath and knocked on the second jar, "Pa." After a moment of silence, someone shouted again, "It's an orchid." Jiang Qia frowned and revealed a disappointed expression. The 3 jars she had written in the jar were lilac, osmanthus, and jasmine. Now that one had escaped, she would not be able to win the banker. On the other hand, Cui Axayan heaved a huge sigh of relief. She relaxed and thought that Yu Lianfang chose peony, lilac, and lotus. Her companion chose lilac, osmanthus, and jasmine. The second jar produced an orchid. Neither of them won. Even if one of them won the 3rd jar, they would only lose 20% of the wager. It was not considered a loss. One must know that ever since she mastered the spirit speech technique, she had never made a mistake. Her performance that day at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet was just a deliberate concealment. With this thought in mind, she knocked on the 3rd jar without any hesitation. When she lowered her head to take a look, a smile immediately appeared on her face. It was a peony. At this moment, she felt that there was a bright light at the end of the tunnel. Compared to Cui Axayan's good complexion, Jiang Qia's face could not hold back. What bad luck! She turned her head and looked at Yu Shu, who was sitting beside her. Suddenly, she was not pleasing to the eye. "What are you laughing at?" "It's all because you, a novice, placed your bet and ruined my luck. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come with you." Hearing her vent her anger, Yu Shu actually did not refute. "One lilac, one orchid, and one peony." "May the guest who won the bet stand up and wait for me to examine the jar," Cui Axian said. Jiang Qia stood up. Yu Shu also stood up. There were two other guests. Cui Axian intentionally went to examine the two guests first. She handed over 600 taels of banknotes and several silver ingots to each of them before coming to the two of them. "How many did Mr. Hua win?" Jiang Qia unhappily said, "If I said I won 3, would you believe me?" Cui Axian good-naturedly smiled and reached out to look at her jar. She opened it one by one and there was nothing wrong with it. "Congratulations, you won 1. Here is 635 taels and the money you bet. Please keep it well." Cui Axian returned the deed that was like a hot potato to Jiang Qia. She felt relieved. She turned her head and looked at Yu Shu. Her smile had a different meaning. "The friend that Mr. Yu brought today is very lucky." Yu Shu pursed her lips and smiled. "Are you saying that my luck is bad?" "How could that be?" Cui Axian shook her head and picked up the jar on the table. As she opened it, she asked, "How many did you win?" "If I said I won 3, would you believe me?" Cui Axian didn't take Jiang Qia's words seriously. She just laughed it off and opened her second jar. When she saw the name of the flower on the note, she froze. "Peony. How could it be peony? Shouldn't she choose peony and lotus?" Cui Axian was afraid that Yu Shu would notice something was wrong with her, so she opened her third jar in bewilderment. When she saw the 2 small words written on it, she was really dumbfounded. Seeing this, Jiang Qia's eyebrows jumped. She raised her hand and snatched the 3 notes from Cui Axian's hand. After reading them, she was dumbfounded. You, she stared at Yu Shu and couldn't think of anything to say for a moment. "Ha ha ha." Yu Shu sat down on the chair and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She raised her head and laughed out loud. She felt excited and ridiculous at the same time. Tears were about to come out of her eyes. Who would have thought that a small ingot of silver could be exchanged for 60,000 taels? She, who came out to buy soy sauce, became the biggest winner of today's game. Chapter 588. There was a storm outside the palace, but the main hall was a scene of joy and harmony, ignoring the words of the Donging people. Yu Shu's heavy rain could be said to have taken advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people. The right time was the face of God, the right place was the rare occasion of the Land and Water Conference, and the right people was the desire of Emperor Zhaoqing. With the true dragon command in hand, she could call the wind and summon the rain. First, she could solve the predicament of the Celestial Commissioner and restore the reputation of the Deni Master. Second, she could suppress the limelight of the Donging on Myoji's resurrection. Third, she could make the Emperor so happy that he actually led the officials out to welcome the rain. Yu Shu's wise ruler entered Emperor Zhaoqing's heart. Since ancient times, what did emperors want in life? They only wanted peace and prosperity for their descendants. And a wise ruler was not a self-proclaimed title. There was no stronger proof than the will of heaven. Today, the Land and Water Conference, the foreign countries paying tribute, the female celestial commissioner holding the emperor's command to summon the rain, the blessing from heaven would definitely be recorded in the Dan historical records. Back in the hall, everyone returned to their positions. Emperor Zhaoqing's face was flushed with excitement. He pointed at Yu Shu and said to the officials, "This woman is an extraordinary person. Everyone praised her. Yushu knew that it was impossible for her to be humble after showing off her abilities. However, there was an important point that still needed to be reviewed. Your Majesty is too kind. This official's ability to call the wind and summon the rain can only be used by a wise ruler. This is the will of heaven. She had done everything she could. As long as she could make the emperor happy, she would not have to worry about fame and fortune. Since Yushu had started the conversation, a group of officials naturally followed up. They sang praises and flattered the emperor. Who didn't know how to do it? Even the foreign envoys expressed their allegiance again and again. Ha ha ha. Emperor Zhao Qing laughed heartily. In such a situation, among the celestial commissioners' side, someone looked at Yushu with a deeper meaning. Yushu didn't notice it at all. She waited until Emperor Zhao Qing was happy enough before she turned the spearhead and pointed it at the Dongying people whose faces were stiff and unsociable. Your Majesty, this official has something to ask the Dongying people. Only then did Emperor Zhao Qing remember the annoying Wei Nation man. His smile faded a little and he raised his hand to give her permission. Yushu pointed at the half-extinguished incense stick in the incense burner and asked Yamada Jiro, Lord Yamada, how does my reign compare to the Onmyoji from yesterday? Many people laughed in a low voice. Wasn't it obvious? Yesterday's drizzle, compared to the lightning and thunder outside, was almost the same as the sky accidentally sneezing. There was a saying that people would die if they compared themselves to each other, and goods would be thrown if they compared themselves to each other. Yamada Jiro was infuriated. These Dan people were cunning. They clearly had such a powerful person, but they hid it well, making him completely unprepared. Sir, you are very capable, he replied reluctantly. He glanced at Abe Kuei, who was sitting beside him in a daze, and had an idea. I wonder if you can summon the wind and rain, but do you also know the resurrection spell? That's right, they also had the resurrection technique, but these Dan people definitely didn't know it. Unexpectedly, Yushu laughed. Before she could speak, someone in the seats behind her said loudly, Master Yu of our imperial astronomer, although she can't bring the dead back to life, she can determine life and death. Can the Onmyoji of Neon do that? The one who spoke was Xayanya, who had always found him an eyesore. Sever life and death. Yamada Jiro looked confused. It was obvious that he did not know the realm of the Great Ni Master. Yushu kindly told him, I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die. Do you need me to tell your fortune? Yushu kindly told him, I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die. Lord Yamada, do you need me to tell your fortune? Yushu told him, I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die. Do you need me to tell your fortune? Yamada Jiro nodded and shook his head. He said, even if you can predict when a person will die, it can't be compared to bringing the dead back to life. Our Da and Yang masters are better. Someone hissed. Obviously, they didn't agree. Someone said, you need to take someone's life to bring the dead back to life. It's not the right way. If you don't take someone's life, you'd be better off dead. Seeing that Emperor Zhao Qing was in a good mood, Kong Qi, who didn't agree to the exchange yesterday, stood up and said, Your Majesty, in my opinion, these two Da and Yang masters are not good. Firstly, we have people with extraordinary talents. Secondly, bringing the dead back to life is harmful. If news of it spreads among the people, it will cause them to panic. Let's drop the previous proposal. Everyone agreed. Yushu let out a sigh of relief. She thought that this scholar wasn't useless. Emperor Zhao Qing wasn't stupid. Although bringing the dead back to life was magical, there was only one way to live. If he kept them, people would criticize him sooner or later. So he hesitated for a while and said to Yamada Jiro, we Da and Yang masters are not inferior to your Da and Yang masters. I don't want them. What he meant was, I have a better one. I don't want you. Yamada Jiro was so angry that his mouth was almost crooked. His plan was ruined. How was he going to explain when he returned? Your Majesty, a king doesn't go back on his words. In a moment of desperation, he didn't care much and knelt down. Your Majesty promised yesterday that you will give the island to a small country after seeing the technique of bringing the dead back to life. Are you going back on your words? Emperor Zhao Qing's face turned cold. Yu Shu's eyes flashed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a clear voice from outside the hole. Your Majesty, a king doesn't go back on his words. But you have to be able to bring the dead back to life. Everyone in the hall turned around. Yu Shu turned around and saw a person wearing a green and black robe and a square hat striding in. It was second young master Zhu. Zhu Muzhao looked at his only son who arrived in time. A smile appeared on his calm face. This subject has offended you. Your Majesty, please punish me. Zhu Qingjue went forward and knelt down. As he lowered his head, he stared at Yu Shu strangely. Emperor Zhao Qing raised his eyebrows and looked at Didier. He didn't blame Zhu Qingjue for barging in. He raised his hand and signaled him to stand up. Zhu Erlang, why aren't you on duty at the Imperial Hospital at this time? Why did you come to Fengqing Palace? From Emperor Zhao Qing's tone, it was obvious that they were close. Zhu Qingjue stood up and stood beside Yu Shu. He said, this subject has something to report. Permission granted. Zhu Qingjue immediately took out 2 items from his sleeve pocket. One was a white candle, and the other was a paper bag. These 2 items were used by On Myoji from Dongying to bring the dead back to life. As everyone knows, this subject is the direct disciple of the Southern Miao King of Medicine. I'm good at identifying poisons. After my examination, I discovered that the white candle contains the oil of the 5 poisons insect and the ash of the talisman paper is mixed with the demonic fragrance grass. When roasted with fire, the smoke will cause hallucinations. The former can make people faint while the latter can make people mad. It's the same for dogs and other animals. It turned out that after the box containing the dead prisoners and the cage used to lock the dogs were carried away, the candle and the ash of the talisman paper were taken away and sent to Zhu Qingjue. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and thought. She turned to look at the Celestial Commissioner. Seeing the calm expression on Diane's face, she knew that it was his meticulous arrangement. She couldn't help but admire his foresight. So, bringing the dead back to life is fake. Deceiving the emperor is the real thing, Zhu Qingjue said coldly. Being exposed on the spot, Yamada Jiro immediately panicked. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at Emperor Zhao Qing's expression. He could only bluff and shout at Zhu Qingjue, "Don't slander me." I'm a Dongying envoy who came to congratulate an emperor. How would I have the guts to deceive the emperor? Calling the wind and summoning the rain is real, and bringing the dead back to life is also real. You're framing me. You're being wrongly accused. Zhu Qingjue couldn't be bothered to argue. He directly opened the bag of ash and threw it at him. Yamada Jiro was caught off guard. He inhaled the ash and sneezed. In the next moment, everyone saw his face quickly turn red. His whole body trembled twice, and as if he was bewitched, he spun around on the spot and shouted. His manic appearance reminded people of the dog in the cage that had fallen for the trick. The fair and delicate Dongying youth looked at this scene in a daze. Facts spoke louder than words. How dare you! Emperor Zhao Qing was furious. A mere envoy dared to play with him, an emperor, like a monkey. Fortunately, they didn't succeed. Otherwise, he would have become the biggest joke in the world. When the emperor was angry, the few people from the Dongning side were so scared that their faces turned pale. They all knelt down. Only Abe Biki seemed to be haunted by a ghost and didn't move at all. Guards, take them all away and throw them into the prison. Then send people to the post house to arrest their accomplices. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial guards rushed in from outside the door and swiftly dragged the group of people out of the hall. The envoys of the other countries felt a chill down their spines. Now, it was quiet. However, things weren't over yet. Duke Jing was also a person who couldn't hold back his anger. He immediately scolded the Dong nation for being disrespectful and harboring evil intentions. He proposed to send troops to suppress them. This proposal was supported by a few people, but there were also voices of opposition. I think that we should first investigate the whole matter clearly. Who ordered the Dongning envoys to do what they did and why they coveted the Diaoyu Islands? Then, we can decide whether to send troops or not. This was the first time that Yu Shu heard Shui Rui's grandfather, Right Prime Minister Shui Lingnan, express his opinion in the past 2 days. I agree. The kind-looking Prime Minister Yin also spoke up. After the two sides persuaded, Emperor Zhao Qin calmed down. He immediately issued an order for the Supreme Court to interrogate them. The Ministry of Justice and Swan Temple would assist in the investigation and Shui Lingnan was appointed to supervise. After dealing with the group of Dongning people, Emperor Zhao Qin looked back at the two young people who were still standing in the hall. Hearing the sound of rain outside, he felt a little better and drank some tea. He said, "The Celestial Commissioner has done a meritorious deed by summoning the rain and the Court of Imperial Physicians has done a meritorious deed by exposing the drug. How do you think I should reward them?" Although he was asking everyone, his eyes only glanced at 3 people, Zhu Muzhao, Left Prime Minister Yin, and Right Prime Minister Shui. The 3 people looked at each other. To avoid arousing suspicion, Zhu Muzhao naturally didn't say anything. Shui Lingnan also didn't say anything. Finally, Yin Tianho stood up and spoke. Deputy Physician Song of the Court of Imperial Physicians is about to retire. Imperial Physician Zhu is young and promising and can be promoted. As for the Celestial Commissioner, the miraculous deed of summoning the rain and wind will definitely be known by the people in the future. She should also be promoted. However, she has just been appointed as the Imperial Physician of the Kunling Bureau and is still inexperienced. Why don't Your Majesty bestow her with a title as a reward and pass it on? Some of the people below were shocked. Although they knew that Yu Shu was going to make a fortune today, no one would have thought that the emperor would bestow a title. According to tradition, only those with 3rd class and above titles in the De and dynasty would have a title. She, a 5th-rank female official, actually received a title. Wasn't this equivalent to giving face to a 3rd-rank official? Moreover, along with a title, there were some hidden privileges. For example, walking in front of the emperor, not kneeling to the nobles, riding the sedan chair at the Meridian Gate, etc. Everyone was envious and secretly jealous. Only Yu Shu didn't understand. When she heard Prime Minister Yin's suggestion, she felt that she was at a disadvantage. She thought to herself that Zhu Er had been promoted and made a fortune. Why did he give her a title? Emperor Zhao Qin considered for a moment and felt that this idea wasn't bad. He looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "In this case, Zhu Erlang will be promoted by 1 rank and will be the Deputy Physician of the Court of Imperial Physicians. You will also be rewarded with half a year's salary. Imperial Physician Yu, I will bestow you with a title. You will be called." Chapter 589. Shui Rui returned from his office in the Supreme Court of Justice. It was already dark, but he still did not see Yu Shu and the rest. His eyelids kept twitching. Just as he was about to go out to look for them, they returned. Shui Rui instantly had a bad premonition as he stood at the corridor and looked at the two people who walked in leisurely with their bags in their hands while chatting and laughing. After a while, after listening to the two women's confessions, his premonition became true. Jiang Mia had indeed gone to gamble with Yu Shu. So, the two of you robbed the gambling money, beat someone, and ran back. Shui Rui face-bombed. He should have known that the two of them were not easy to deal with. How could it be peaceful when they were together? How can you say that we robbed them? Jiang Qia said unhappily, we won these tales of silver fair and square. If it wasn't for the fact that the casino wanted to renege on their debt, I wouldn't have bothered to teach them a lesson. Don't tell me that we should leave the silver behind and let them extort us instead. Wei Lan is right. The money was not stolen or robbed. It is what we deserve. How can we not give it to her just because she does not want to? Shui Rui turned around to look at Yu Shu, who spoke in support of Shui Rui. The latter was sitting on the tea table and was counting the large amount of silver that was packed up, and as she looked at the silver that had piled up into a small hill before her, the corners of her mouth that stretched to her ears revealed her feelings without a doubt. Seeing her happy expression, Shui Rui did not want to scold her. However, he could not indulge the other one. Is the money more important or the person more important? Shui Rui put on a stern face and said to Jiang Ye, you are not weak. If you really fight with someone, you will not be at a disadvantage. You can escape unscathed. What about Shu? Have you thought about her? Fists and kicks do not have eyes. If you always rely on your martial arts skills and whip people whenever you are unhappy, you will implicate the people around you sooner or later. Let me give you another piece of advice. This is Anling. This is Anling, not your big brother's Ningdong city. Hearing his cold reprimand, Jiang Ye's face darkened. She wanted to refute him but did not know where to start. She could only glare at him before turning around and walking out of the living room. When Yu Shu saw Jiang Mia leaving in a huff, she stopped counting the money and said to Shui Rui, you can't blame her for this. She was standing up for me, and she wasn't the one who started the fight. Big brother misunderstood her. Those words just now. That's a little harsh. Shui Rui's expression softened. If I don't speak harshly, she will get into trouble in a few days. You just got to know Jiang Mia. Didn't he know what kind of person she was? She was a tyrant in Ningdong City. No one dared to provoke him. Now that she's in Anling, there's no prince of Dongjing to restrain her, and no one can control her. I wonder how she'll behave. As the precious daughter of the previous prince of Dongjing and the younger sister of the current prince of Dongjing, Jiang Mia never needed to care about anyone's feelings in Ningdong City. Compared to the pampered princesses and princesses in the capital, she was 10 times more arrogant and spoiled. Yu Shu had not seen Jiang Mia's domineering and fierce side. She only thought of her as a bad-tempered and straightforward girl, so she naturally did not understand Shui Rui's worries. All right. What's done is done. Let's not dwell on it. Let's talk about something happy. Yu Shu waved the stack of banknotes in her hand and said with a smile, Big brother, do you know how much money I earned tonight? Shui Rui did not want to spoil her mood. He looked at the white banknotes on the table and sighed at her luck. I'm afraid it's 10 or 20,000. Yu Shu wagged her finger and said proudly, more than that. Just the money I brought back tonight is almost 30,000 taels. In addition, Cui Axian also gave me an IOU. As she said this, she showed the IOU to Shui Rui. There was still Cui Axian's fingerprints on it. Shui Rui was speechless when he saw this. He did not know whether to be angry or laugh at Yu Shu's despicable behavior. Are you going to take this IOU to the Cui family to ask for money? Shui Rui shook his head. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Why? Do you want to say that the Cui family will deny it and I won't get the money? Shui Rui did not explain directly. Instead, he tested her. You are going to be the Celestial Commissioner. You can't be clueless about your superiors. That's not necessary. Yushu stretched out her fingers and counted. First supervisor is the eldest son of the Zhu family. Below him, junior supervisor Ren Qiming is a member of the Ren family. He is also the son-in-law of Count Zhongyong. Below him, there is no need to mention Jing Qin. The left magistrate Chao, who is half a rank higher than him, is the grandfather of the deceased Chao Yuling. The left magistrate is Axayanya. I have seen her before. The right magistrate was originally Ji Huaishan, but he is dead. These 7 people were in charge of the 3 departments and 2 bureaus of the Celestial Commissioner. Their power was not to be underestimated. It seems that you have done your homework. Shui Rui smiled. It is just that you did not pay enough attention. It is true that Ji Huaishan is dead. The position of the right magistrate has always been empty. However, after his death, the Celestial Bureau, which was originally in charge of him, has been handed over to the deputy magistrate. This magistrate is the first master of the Cui family, Cui Shui. Magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner. Yushu did not know much about the many positions of the Celestial Commissioner. This was the first time she had heard of this position. Yes, this Cui Shui is Cui Axane's father. Speaking of their family matters, it is worth mentioning. The head of the Cui family, Cui Taigong, was once an academician of the Imperial Historian's Library. Later, he retired due to illness. Cui Shui is his eldest son. Unfortunately, he was born of a concubine. Cui Taigong's first wife gave birth to the second master, Cui Min. However, this first wife passed away after a few years. Cui Taigong later married another wife, but she did not give birth to any children. The 2 masters of the Cui family did not get along. Cui Taigong favored the second son, who had lost his mother, and neglected the eldest son. Fortunately, Cui Shui worked hard in his early years and passed the Dian exam. Gradually, he was able to sit in his current position. As for the second master, he was not outstanding in learning. It was only because Cui Taigong was biased that he handed over the business of the Dian store and the gambling house to him. Therefore, even though the first branch is the Celestial Commissioner, they still have to listen to the second branch in the residence. Do you know why Cui Axayan, a young lady of an aristocratic family, was brought to the Xiang prince's residence when she was still a baby? To put it nicely, it was because Princess Xiang wanted to raise another daughter. However, in the end, she did not formally accept her as a foster daughter. She accompanied Shiwen all day long and took care of her daily life. She was only better than a servant. Was Cui Shui really willing to use her daughter to curry favor with the nobles? Wasn't it all because of the second branch? After listening to Shui Rui's explanation of the Cui family's affairs, Yushu rested her chin on her hands and pondered. No wonder Cui Axayan said that she could not make the decision and refused to give me the gambling money. She was afraid that her second uncle would get hold of her weakness. As she was thinking, she suddenly raised her head and asked Shui Rui, "Big brother, do you know about the Cui family's art of spiritual speech?" Shui Rui nodded. He had been the eldest son of the Shui family for more than 10 years. There was nothing rare in Enling that he did not know. I find it strange. Such a powerful family heirloom technique should be passed down to the male and not the female. That Grand Duke Cui is biased towards the second branch. Why did he let Cui Axian learn it? Chapter 590. Yushu voiced out her confusion. Shui Rui thought for a moment and tapped on the table with one finger. I've heard about this. Yushu immediately pretended to listen. She knew that there was nothing Shui Rui couldn't figure out. The Chui family's spirit speech is more mysterious than other families' unique skills. But as far as I know, even Chui Shui, the celestial commissioner, doesn't know this spirit speech. I know a young master from a side branch of the Chui family. I once heard him talk about it when we were drinking. It seems that the Chui family's spirit speech is not something that anyone can learn. Not only does one have to be talented, but there are also other conditions. So I'm guessing that Chui Axian is the only girl among the two branches of the Chui family who meets these conditions. That's why great-grandfather Chui has no choice but to teach her the family's secret skill. Well, that makes sense. Yu Shu nodded. She felt that Shui Rui's analysis was not far from the truth. Speaking of which, Chui Axian is the banker in the gambling house. This should be the idea of second Master Chui. Someone brought your yellow crystal to the gambling house to make money, so they came up with this countermeasure, huh? Shui Rui's expression became strange halfway through. Since Chui Axian knows how to use spirit speech, why did she let you win? Yu Shu spread her hands. Don't ask me. I can't figure it out either. Logically speaking, if Chui Axian dares to come out, it means that she is very confident in her spirit speech. At that time at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, she said that it can only be used twice a day. It should be to confuse people, just like me. The death-severing mystic art that she used to bluff people, didn't she tell them that she could only use it once a month? As long as she is willing, she can do it anytime and anywhere. Then there must be another reason. Shui Rui thought about it but couldn't figure it out. He stopped thinking about this strange thing and continued the previous topic. He said to Yu Shu, the two branches of the Chui family don't get along with each other. If he went to their door to ask for the money, the second branch would definitely take this opportunity to make things difficult for the first branch. This money, the second branch would definitely not pay for it. In the end, Chui Shui would still have to pay for it. But 60,000 taels was such a large sum of money, he had only been an official for a few years, it was difficult for him to pay for it in a short time. Therefore, there's an 80% chance that he'll find you personally. I'll plead with you. Yu Shu pouted. Although he felt some sympathy for Chui Shui's background. But that didn't mean she was willing to spit out the meat she had put in her mouth. I've heard that Chui Shui is a very kind person. Rather than forcing him to pay you back, why don't you force him? Why don't you sell him a favor first and let him owe you in his heart? In the future, we'll both be officials in the Celestial Commissioner, so we can take care of each other. So you're saying that I don't want the money? Yu Shu looked unwilling. Shui Rui smiled and pointed at her forehead with his finger, saying, it's not that you don't want it, but that you can ask for it later. When you have a firm foothold in the Celestial Commissioner, it's not too late to offend people. Yu Shu wanted to say that she was not afraid of offending people at all. Anyway, a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, and the Emperor protected her. However, Shui Rui was also thinking about her, so she would not waste his consideration. Okay, I'll listen to you. Anyway, the money came from the wind, so she didn't feel bad about it. Just the money she got tonight was enough for her to tidy up a luxurious house. As for the rest, she had to save it. If one day she couldn't survive in Anling City and had to run away, she should at least have money in hand. Yu Shu thought self-mockingly. The next day, Yu Shu went to the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce to find Pei Jing and told him about the incident of the topaz. Knowing that someone used the luck of the topaz to gamble in the casino, Pei Jing frowned, thought for a while, and said, it's my negligence, or I won't sell the topaz. This kind of thing, if you block others' way of making money, it's inevitable that people will bear a grudge against you. Sell it, why not sell it? Yu Shu rejected Pei Jing's countermeasure and said disapprovingly, let them find me if they block their way of making money. Uncle, don't worry. Anyway, I'm an official and the Celestial Commissioner now. I'm not afraid of anyone. Instead of making her live in fear and trepidation, it would be better to just kill her and be happy. Uncle, don't worry about those casinos. As the saying goes, the devil is 10 times stronger. If they don't want to lose money, they will naturally find a way to deal with it. We don't need to worry about it. Wasn't Cui Axan a good example? Pei Jing listened to her twisted argument and found it very reasonable. After thinking for a while, he was persuaded by her and no longer insisted on stopping the sales of the topaz. However, the price had to be raised. On this point, the two of them had the same idea. After leaving Pei Jing's place, Yushu had another 5,000 taels of banknotes in her hands. This was the dividend of the first crystal sale. She and Pei Jing split it 50-50, and each took half. In just one day, she had changed from a sister who was worried that her younger brother could not afford the tuition fees to a rich woman with a lot of money. This feeling of being a nouveau riche really made Yushu feel light when she walked. She went straight to the new house on Baochong Street in the north of the city. As early as a few days ago, Chiu Jiming sent a letter to her, handing over the blueprint of the house, and it was considered completed. The only thing left was to change the door keys, and then people could live in it. Yushu originally planned to move in the middle of the month, but now that she had a lot of money in her hands, she was not in a hurry. In the morning, at Pei Jing's place, she drew up a list of all kinds of flowers, birds, grass and fish, rooted trees, silver ponds, ancient calligraphy, antiques, and bronze wares. She entrusted them to Pei Jing to buy for her. These were all used to arrange the feng shui. The feng shui of a house could even affect the owner's luck and fortune, and it could also be used for protection. For example, the fire in a haunted house was often said to be haunted, but in fact, it was the bad feng shui that made people feel uneasy. A while ago, she flipped through a notebook in the Philosopher's Building in the LoveLore Library. It recorded that in the study of feng shui, there were 3 grades of good houses. The lowest grade was suitable for the room and home, and the next grade was full of happiness, and the highest grade was the purple qi from the east. As a dabbler, she didn't want to have the feng shui of the purple qi from the east. The so-called purple qi was taken from the holy qi of Laozi. Other than the emperor, there was no other place to borrow this thing. She couldn't pull the emperor to guard the house, right? However, if she could use money to make a blessing, she could still try. Yushu walked around the new house for the whole afternoon, holding a notebook, paper, and pen. She led Zhou Hu, the new housekeeper, to measure and record many places. By the time she returned home, it was already dark. As soon as she entered the house, she heard that there was a guest. She waited for the whole afternoon. Yushu was wondering who was so patient. When she walked to the door of the living room and saw the person inside, she frowned. "It's you." When Xiaoan stood up from the chair, as if he didn't see the unwelcome look on Yushu's face. He bowed and saluted politely. "Congratulations on your appointment, my lady." Yushu raised her eyebrows. This guy was well informed. She waved her hand, walked in, sat down, and asked bluntly, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you last time that I won't accept you as my apprentice?" When Xiaoan straightened up, looked at her, and said seriously, "Today, I'm not here to be your apprentice, but to ask for another favor." Chapter 591. Yushu, a 5th-level female official, was the deputy chief of the Kunling Agency. Not to mention her authority, she could choose 2 guards with ranks from the Jinwu guards to follow her. She could also appoint and dismiss an 8th-level assistant. This 8th-level assistant only listened to her orders and worked for her. But his salary was from the public. Although he was just a small official, it was a rare opportunity to become a celestial commissioner. Wen Shaoan came here today for this position. Last time he went to the Wangji Tower to ask Yu Shu to be his disciple, but he failed. Not only did he not give up, but he also paid more attention to her news. Hearing that she was promoted to a female official, he paid a visit again after careful consideration and recommended himself. Hearing Wen Shaoan's intention, Yu Shu laughed and said, "You are good at planning, but why should I give this opportunity to you? As long as I spread the news, many people will come to beg me. There are many people who are better than you." That day when she went to the Celestial Commissioner to go through the admission procedures, she heard these things from the reception officer. But she didn't have time to choose suitable people for the time being. 2 days ago, she met Situ Qinglan in the LoveLore Library. Situ Qinglan also vaguely expressed that she was willing to work for her. Academician Sima also recommended 2 people to her. Wen Shaoan was good. He was young and mature, steady and smart. But he only wanted to climb up. She admired strong-willed people, but she didn't want to keep such a person by her side. Now he knelt to beg her to be his teacher for a way out, but he might betray her for other purposes in the future. Indeed, there are many people who are better than me. Wen Shaoan's face was tense. He calmly faced Yu Shu and said seriously, "But you can't find a second person who is more obedient than me." Hearing this, Yu Shu's expression changed. She raised her eyebrows and suddenly became a little interested in him. "What do you mean?" Wen Shaoan had rehearsed his script countless times before he came. He took a deep breath and said, "If you agree to let me serve under you today, I, Wen Shaoan, am willing to be at your beck and call. As long as you command me, there is nothing I don't dare to do or can't do. If I am the slightest bit negligent, you can punish me however you like." Yu Shu looked at him thoughtfully. After a while, she said, "You're right. Are you saying that you plan to sell your life for me? Not bad. You'd better think this through. Even if you serve me like an ox or a horse, I won't accept you as my disciple and teach you the death severance mystic art." Wen Shaoan laughed at himself. "Don't worry. I know now that the death-severing mystic art is not something I should be dreaming about." When he first came to the capital, he was filled with hope, thinking that passing the Great Yen examination would give him a chance to stand out. He didn't expect that he, an 8th-rank fragrant husband, couldn't even be ranked in the Anling city, which was full of talents. He became Lord Jing's disciple at the Double Suns meeting, but so far, he had only seen Lord Jing twice. The first time was when he went to ask for a place to study in the LoveLore Library and was rejected. The second time was at the banquet in the Xian Spring Garden. He sat in the corner and looked around, but didn't know anyone. It took him some time to figure it out. He was just a nobody, and he didn't have enough hands to climb up to those princes and grandsons. He had been in the capital for a year, but he had accomplished nothing except for the Great Yen. He didn't want to waste time like this and run into walls everywhere like a headless fly. He desperately wanted to find a direction and do something serious. Therefore, he had set his sights on Yu Shu because he had seen the word opportunity on her more than once. "If so, I'll think about it. You go back first and wait for my news." This time, Yu Shu didn't refuse Wen Shaoan, but gave him an ambiguous answer. Wen Shaoan wasn't disappointed and instead let out a sigh of relief. If she didn't refuse, that meant there was still hope. "Then I will leave first. Thank you for your hospitality." Wen Shaoan clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Yu Shu had a better impression of him. His shamelessness was annoying, but his perseverance was admirable. It seemed that when he was rejected by her last time, he did not pester her further. It was a good thing that he knew when to advance and when to retreat. It was not perfunctory that she told Wen Shaoan to go back and wait for news. In fact, when he said that he would work for her, she had already changed her mind. She was going to become the Celestial Commissioner and secretly investigate the secret of the Fairy Maiden Lu Ren book. For the sake of her future plans, she needed to have someone she could trust under her. It wasn't a good thing to have an ambitious subordinate, but if this subordinate was a sensible person and obedient enough, then it would be a different matter. However, before she replied to him, she first had to confirm that the pitiful background that Wen Xiao and had told her was true. How would she confirm it? Should she find someone to inquire about it from the Wenchen family in the north? There was no need to bother. She had the little azure stove and the Tihu incense. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the emperor issued a decree to hold a land and water conference to entertain the foreign envoys. He called upon all teachers above the 7th grade in the capital to attend the conference. Yu Shu finished trying on her official robes. There were less than 2 days left, but before the start of the Land and Water Conference, there was another piece of big news. The case of the assassination of Imperial Envoy Zhou Qing was investigated by the Supreme Court. It was instigated by the 11th Prince, Lu Yi. All those involved were to be beheaded in public. Considering that Lu Yi was young and ignorant and had been instigated by a traitor, he was exempted from responsibility. The emperor issued an edict to expel him from the imperial palace and imprison him in the Rising Cloud Monastery in the suburbs to reflect. When Shui Rui returned from the Supreme Court, he went to Yu Shu's home to bring the news to her. In the end, it was still Lu Yi who took the blame. Yu Shu frowned. But it was clearly not Lu Yi who did it. Even if Lu Hao hid his tail well, can it be determined that Lu Yi was the mastermind just from a secret letter on the assassin's body? Shui Rui shook his head with a slight sneer on his face. A few days after Lord Guo took over this case, one of the eunuchs in Lu Yi's palace confessed that Lu Yi sneaked out of the palace one night to meet LV Jinliang. Who is Lu Jinliang? He's Lu Yi's cousin, the 4th young master of the Lu family. According to seniority, he has to call Lu Buhuan's second uncle. Yu Shu did not forget Shui Rui's analysis in Pei County. The emperor wanted to send an imperial envoy to the Guangdong and Guangxi provinces to catch Lu Buhuan's weakness. That was why Lu Yi had the motive to kill Zhou Qing, and Lu Hao had used this to his advantage. Lu Jinliang was brought to trial. At first, his death was not confirmed. But as a manservant, he confessed that he and Lu Yi had conspired to kill Zhou Qing. This coincided with the secret letter that was previously discovered. Because there were 2 witnesses, the Supreme Court could carry out the punishment. Under the heavy punishment, Lu Jinliang quickly confessed his guilt. The Supreme Court's punishment was the most severe of the 3 departments. According to the law, once the conditions were met, even if the person was a relative of the emperor, the punishment would still be carried out. Yu Shu frowned. The eunuch by Lu Yi's side and Lu Jinliang's manservant are actually Ning Wang's people. The answer was undoubtedly yes. I also did not expect Ning Wang to have such a card up his sleeve. Shui Rui sighed. He had long expected that it would not be possible to use this case to bring down Lu Hao. Then what about the Death Warrior's waist token from Ning Wang Fu? Yu Shu did not forget about Shui Rui's framing. The Supreme Court can't possibly think that Lu Yi wanted to frame Ning Wang. Shui Rui was silent for a moment before he said, Ning Wang told the Supreme Court that there was a Death Warrior in his Fu who was punished last year for failing to perform his duties. Afterwards, his whereabouts were unknown. Official Guo asked him to identify the corpse. Ning Wang admitted that the assassin I stabbed to death was the Death Warrior that he had removed from the list. Yu Shu hissed. She slapped the chair and cursed in a low voice, too shameless. Lu Hao's plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone had been broken by Shui Rui's sword. And Shui Rui's counterattack had not been able to trap Lu Hao. A few lies had allowed him to muddle through. Only he could think of such a thing. However, when the emperor heard about the case, he still reprimanded Ning Wang for not being strict with his subordinates. He grounded him in the Fu for 3 months to reflect on his actions and fined him half a year's salary. After this incident, consort Lu's family completely became enemies with Ning Wang. Lu Jinliang clearly confessed under torture and was pushed out as a scapegoat to protect Lu Yi. Lu Hao and Lu Yi's falling out was in line with Shui Rui's wishes. In this matter, Lu Hao had shot himself in the foot. Not only did he lose a good brother, the 2 spies that he had painstakingly planted were also exposed. Faced with this result, the happiest person was not Shui Rui and Yu Shu, but Lu Tan, who had been watching the show from the side. Consort Lu had been implicated and demoted to a Lu Pin. Lu Yi had been kicked to the outskirts of Jing. This time, the emperor had openly sent an imperial envoy to the Guangdong and Guangxi to investigate Lu Buhuan. What the Lu family was about to face was perhaps a decline. In short, Lu Yi had no chance of inheriting the throne. At the same time, Lu Hao had lost a helper. It can be seen how immoral this Ning Wang is, Yu Shu sneered. Lu Yi followed him around all day and did not do anything wrong to him. If he could do something like cutting off his own arm, in the future, if this kind of person really becomes the emperor, none of us will be able to live well. Shui Rui deeply agreed. At this point, the case of the imperial envoy's decapitation was considered over. Shui Rui had also heard that the palace was going to hold the Water and Land Conference. Knowing that Yu Shu and Jing Chen would be attending, he had some misgivings in his heart. When he thought that the 2 of them would soon be together day and night, his sense of crisis ran out. So he warned her, "I will also be present at the Water and Land Conference. I'll be there for the Water and Continent Assembly as well. Remember to behave yourself when the time comes. Don't fight for the limelight with others." Yu Shu rolled her eyes at him. "Don't worry, I'm just going to join in the fun." Although she said so, Shui Rui had a feeling that this Water and Land Conference would not be so peaceful. The 2 of them were sitting and talking in the living room. The door was closed, but suddenly, it was pushed open from the outside. "Shui Daolong, Shui." Jiang Mia walked in with her voice raised, not even knocking on the door. Seeing that Yu Shu was also there, she froze for a moment, then raised her eyebrows. "Oh, what are you 2 whispering about?" Yu Shu laughed dryly, thinking that it was a good thing that she and Shui Rui had been talking about serious matters just now and he had not made a move on her. Otherwise, if Jiang Mia had seen it, what would she have done? Shui Rui, on the other hand, had a magnanimous expression. He glanced at Jiang Mia and said, "We're talking about something that has nothing to do with you. What are you doing here?" These 2 days, Jiang Mia had been living in Wangji Tower, causing him to get close to Yu Shu. He had to be on guard against her suddenly appearing. He really found her to be an eyesore. Perhaps the heavens had heard Shui Rui's thoughts. When Jiang Mia was asked by Shui Rui, she answered. Chapter 592. After settling Axian Lishan down, Yu Shu returned to her room with a heavy heart. She ordered the maids outside the door not to disturb her. In the dark of the study, she found the record of her prediction of Mr. Shinyo's death date and checked it several times. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? The Axian father and son asked her to predict the person's birth date and 8 characters were exactly the same. Everyone knew that Yunhua's son had died for his wife after Princess Liue died of illness. Yu Shu had gotten a lot of information from Axian Lishan. Back then, he had told outsiders that Liue had passed away in less than half a month after giving birth to Jing Qin. Yunhua followed closely behind and died in the 4th month of the 13th year of Bao Tai. Axianya told her that Mr. Shinyo's death date was between February and May. It was also after April that he heard the news of his death. The father and son statements coincided with each other. It was obvious that Yunhua Yi's son was Mr. Axian Yu. Looking at her prediction, Mr. Shinyo met with two disasters in the 13th year of Baotai. The first was a fire in February, but he survived and didn't lose his life. The second was a bereavement at the beginning of May. He lost a relative. This relative was undoubtedly his wife, Princess Liyue. In the eyes of the world, Yunhua was a legend who had died many years ago. The date of his death was also a special day. It was the 5th of May, the Dragon Boat Festival. However, Yushu did not find any disaster on this day. There was no sign that he was about to die. Obviously, Yunhua faked his death. However, everyone thought that he was really dead, regardless of whether they thought that he had been killed or that he had committed suicide for love. She tried hard to guess what happened 20 years ago. She guessed that Yunhua disappeared after the fire. So Axianya said that the last time she saw him was in February. She guessed that after Yunhua disappeared, the royal family could not find him, so after Princess Liyue died, they made up the story that he died for love. They let him die. So was Yunhua still alive? Yushu was not sure. Only when she used the law of time of calamity to predict the disasters for him in the past 20 years could she confirm whether he was dead or alive. 20 years. This is not something that can be calculated in 1 or 2 days. It will take at least half a month. Yushu rubbed her forehead anxiously. Suddenly, her fingers paused and she opened her eyes with joy. Right, I can use the 6 lines. The art of 6 lines could not determine life and death, but the art of 6 lines had a section on good or bad luck. It could use the birth date of a child to determine whether the parents were healthy or not. Yao Yan only needed to get the date of birth of his parents. Jing Chen's 8 characters. After he recovered his memory, she asked. She had already asked about it. Now that she knew Yunhua's horoscope, she only needed to do a divination. Regardless of Jing Chen's parents, Princess Liyue had already passed away. If it was not a hexagram, it would prove that both of his parents were dead. If it was a hexagram, it would prove that Yunhua was still alive. Yushu did as she said. She hurriedly took out the small green stove and the tihu incense from the secret compartment of the bookcase. Yushu did what she said. She hurriedly took out the small green stove and tihu incense from the secret compartment of the bookcase. In the afternoon, after reporting to Guo Huai on the progress of the investigation of the new murder case in LoveLore Library, Shui Rui walked out of the Supreme Court alone. The sun above his head made people dizzy. The patrolling guards were already sweating. Shui Rui slowly waved the Mujiang fan in his hand. He did not feel hot. Just in time for this murder case. You weren't able to come for the 2 days of the Water and Land Conference. Have you heard that His Majesty has conferred the title of Miaoling Emissary of the Imperial Astronomer? The day before yesterday, you really shocked this old man. I didn't think that in my lifetime, I would be able to see with my own eyes the magic of a mortal who can call the wind and summon the rain. Your sworn sister's abilities are truly extraordinary. Shui Rui had not heard the news that Yushu was conferred a title. He had been investigating the case in LoveLore Library for the past 2 days and did not go home. He did not know that Yushu had quietly made such a name for herself. It surprised him. After the surprise, he fell into deep thought. Shui Rui dared to say that other than Yushu herself, he was the one who knew her best. What was it? How could he not know whether she knew how to use it or not? He guessed that it was the same as the death sentence strange art. It was something she had done opportunistically. And the trigger that forced her to show off was probably Zhang Chuyuan's tragic death. Sigh. Shui Rui let out a soft sigh. He closed his fan and pressed it against his forehead. He knew that she wouldn't stay put and wait for him to come up with a plan. But after not seeing her for a few days, she had made such a big move. She was really swift and decisive. It made him feel at ease and worried at the same time. When Shui Rui returned to Wangji Tower, he heard that there was a guest in the backyard. He did not disturb them. He changed into casual clothes downstairs and went to the second floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Yu Shu sitting in the living room, holding a teacup in a daze. He could not help but stop and look at her. Perhaps it was because she had been thinking too much. She had clearly lost weight in these 2 days. The apricot-colored silk dress was fitting to her waist and shoulders, making her look even more delicate from head to toe. That plain face that did not have much femininity always had an inexhaustible spirit. Even if she was in a daze, it would not dissipate. When Yu Shu came back to her senses, she found that Shui Rui was standing at the door. She did not know how long he had been standing there looking at her. His eyes were so focused that it made her feel embarrassed. Ahem, Big Brother is back. Yu Shu cleared her throat and stood up. She moved her numb legs and feet and sat back down. Shui Rui walked to her side in a few steps. He put away his fan and sat opposite her. Did you not sleep well last night? Yu Shu shook her head. Shui Rui raised his finger and swept it under her eyes. He said, your eyes are red. You still say you didn't. Yu Shu smiled and said, it's not because I stayed up late. I was just affected by the fragrance. It's not a problem. Shui Rui's nose moved and he raised his eyebrows. You use Tihu incense. You have a good nose. Yu Shu lifted her sleeve and sniffed. There was a little smell. But he could smell it even though they were separated by a few feet. She did not know that Shui Rui had been raised by Shui Lingnan since he was a child. What he learned was not only temperament and strategy. In order to prevent the eldest son of the Shui family from being assassinated, Shui Lingnan's education could be said to be in all aspects. Shui Rui only smelled the spices and medicinal herbs once, and he would remember what they should and should not smell like in his heart. Why do you need to use 6 lines divination? Shui Rui asked. Yu Shu crossed her hands on her stomach. Her eyes changed. I went to visit Axian Mansion in the morning. Guess who I met on the street in front of the mansion? Shui Rui shook his head and said, I heard you brought someone back. He is resting in the guest room. It's the 5th master of the Axian family who was expelled from the clan, Axian Lishan. Shui Rui felt that something was amiss. He leaned forward slightly and stared at her. What's going on? Yu Shu's lips moved a few times. She suddenly stood up and went forward to close the door tightly. She returned to her seat and gritted her teeth as she whispered, Big Brother, I told you not to be too surprised. I have calculated that the eldest martial brother whom I have no chance to meet, Yunhua Yizi, is still alive and well. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.